What are you wearing?
What? It's a casual social outfit.
Looks like you're going to a fish fry, Dwight.
No, they're howling at the moon. It's suggestive to women because of howling during sex.
Okay.
Oh!
That's not appropriate.
Oh!
Uncool. Uncool, Dwight.
Take off our masks and be so natural. Let's be all ourselves and break this spell.
Hey, good evening. Thanks for tuning in for this year's Master Chef Invitational. Basically, all of 2021 has been building up to this final Tournament of Champions, and it looks like we're about just 15 minutes away from getting started. So I'm super excited, for anyone who tunes in, and ultimately to see who comes out on top to be crowned the Fish Fries Master Chef for 2021, and what's the word? Becomes heir to the cast iron throne. That's what it is. For those of you unfamiliar with the Master Chef Invitational, it's basically identical in terms of structure to the Saturday night fish fry tournaments that we've had, but the buy-in and the single rebuys are doubled to $100 and $50 respectively. But then more significantly, it's only open to the top 20 ranked players of 2021. At the moment, I actually haven't looked at the numbers. I think the player pool is it's getting close to 300, and then in terms of active tournament players, I think in terms of ranked players, that means players who have at the very least have bubbled once. I think there's maybe 120. So if I had to guess, there's probably maybe 150 active tournament players. So to finish in top 20, pretty great. So let's take a look. Let's do a quick rundown. I'll do my best of who those top 20 are. Who's going to be battling tonight? The prize pool. Oh, before I get to that, though, I should say first place should be a guaranteed 1,200. It'll probably be a little bit more, as I'll just add some money on top of it to make it a nice round number. And the prize pool will probably be, I want to say. Oh, I did this math earlier. Probably like 2,200, if not more. A lot of it will depend on the rebuys. But let's go ahead. I'll start at the top of the list in terms of players playing tonight. So if you've been following, the fish fry action or reading the fish wrap or following on Facebook, you've seen his name a lot. Speed Diddy. He is currently the number one ranked player. At least so far, and he's been able to maintain this for 12 straight months, which is pretty incredible. I think all the way up until maybe September, it really looked like it was going to be impossible for anybody to catch him, because Speed Diddy, I don't have the numbers in front of me at the moment, but he crossed the $7,000 threshold pretty quickly, and at one point I think had at least a 2.5K, if not a 3K lead over his nearest competitor. So it almost looked like he had closed the books on the Player of the Year award. But that's not the case, because Picada Ray is number 2. So Speed Diddy, number 1, he's not only playing, to hopefully win Player of the Year, because Player of the Year award really quickly is calculated by who at the fish fry won the most money in tournaments for 2021, and this Tournament of Champions, this MasterChef Invitational, will go toward calculating that. So yes, at the moment, Speed Diddy is number 1, but right behind him is Picada Ray at number 2, and I believe Picada Ray, after his incredible win last night over Diva-esque, who I see in chat, will likely be side betting against Picada Ray just out of principle. But after his victory last night, which was his third tournament victory in a row, he oh wait, sorry, I got confused because last night he did win his third in a row. But thankfully for Speed Diddy, that does not go toward Player of the Year because that actually is for 2022. However, Fakata Ray did manage to win the last tournament of 2021, and he pulled, I think, within like $350 of Speed Diddy. So it's not only the title of Master Chef on the line, but it's also Player of the Year. And I'm sure the money for both these players would be nice to, add on to, their collective winnings of probably at least 15K. But I'm pretty sure they're playing for the glory of this title. Speed Diddy does not want to let 12 months of being the reigning #1 champ suddenly disappear at the last moment. Whereas obviously Fakata Ray is gunning for just that. And I have to say, he has been the hottest player since after the World Series of Poker. At the World Series of Poker, he made a super deep run. I'm trying to think if it was, I think it might have been the 3K event. And after that, he came back to the fish fry and has just torn it up. As I said, he has just won 3 tournaments in a row. If he manages to go 4 victories in a row and does this at the Master Chef Invitational, where arguably it's going to be the toughest lineup he's ever faced, I don't care who says he's lucky. That those results speak for itself. But that remains to be seen. We shall see. So that's number 2. Yes, Lee bragging rights are also on the line, and those are priceless. Wait, let me check the clock. Let's see. We've got 10 minutes, so I probably have to go through these players a little bit more quickly, although I could probably talk forever about everyone. But thank you, everybody, for joining in. And when you say, turn on chat, it will be. I'm at the, once we get started in the tournament, there will be the chat, Geocool. But yeah, for this opening page or whatever, there is no chat. I should probably fix that in the future. All right, so number 3, we've got Judagadu. What more can I say about him? If Fakata Ray, but for Fakata Ray, who, as I said, has been the hottest player since the second half or maybe even the fall of 2021, but for him, it would be Judagadu, who initially came to the fish fry as sort of, made his name as a heads-up specialist. He was basically crushing the $25 heads-up sit-and-go tournaments when they were really active, and I think by most accounts was the #1 player. Definitely by the number was the #1 heads-up specialist. And then I think in August he decided to dip his toe in tournaments, and it's kind of crazy. So he was unranked in August, and now he has finished the year in 3rd place and has 5 first-place titles to his name. So yeah, and he's arguably, I think, going to be the most aggressive player in the field. So we'll have to see how Judagadu does. After him at number 4 is Diehard68 AKO, who in many ways I think is almost, and I mean this in a good and interesting way, sort of like the polar opposite of Judagadu. Diehard68 AKO has been playing the entire year, has played very solid. I don't think he's fallen out of the top 10 once. He plays very, very solid, I think fairly patiently, and he might be overlooked. Since a lot of the talk is going to be about Speed Diddy, Fakata Ray, and Judagadu, and maybe a few other names on this list who have a little more notoriety. But I would not be surprised to see Diehard quietly do some damage and make a deep run here. Coming at number 5 is Fats512. That's Jan Klamala, and I know her quite well, and she probably has the highest expectations of herself out of everyone here. Well, actually, no. Let me rephrase it. I think everybody has very, very high expectations of themselves and have high hopes for this tournament, but she might take it the hardest, maybe even more hard than Speed Diddy, if she does not make a deep run. Partially because I know she's actually not happy, too, that she's only ranked number 5, because I think actually for at least the first 6 months she was number 2, and then the last few months she's sort of had a slow slide, if you can call it that, to being top 5, and so if she is able to to win this all and win the title of Master Chef, which she will add to her title of being the only two-time heads-up tournament winner at the Fish Fry. I'm sure that will make the pain and frustration of sliding to number 5 worth it. Number 6, we've got Badbeat696. He was actually last year's Master Chef winner. Back then, or last year, it was only 12, but obviously the competition was still fierce. He did win Master Chef, and he also won Player of the Year last year. Badbeat696 was everybody's villain, and I'm not sure if he's actually happy or disappointed that he is probably no longer really a villain. As much as he once was. I mean, everybody hated playing Badbeat696 in 2020. But here he is again. He's still in top 10. He's number 6. And it would be pretty amazing if he becomes a Master Chef 2-time winner consecutively. Moving on, we've got Radical Dude. I'm sure everybody knows Dominic. He plays a ton of cash. Plays a ton of tournaments as well. I think he's taking a little bit of time off. I actually spoke to him earlier today, and I think he's on the cusp of retiring as well. But prior to that retirement, he does have this Master Chef Invitational, which he's shown up to play. And if any of you caught the Twitch stream or the recap that I posted between Donisfat2 and Lee's Ride from last night, when I asked them, to cite who they did not want to see at the final table tonight, they both unequivocally were like, we do not want to play Radical Dude. They cited him as one of the most frustrating people to play against. Unpredictable, reckless, lucky. Probably all 3 adjectives are a good way to describe Radical Dude. And, I don't know if he would disagree with that, but I'm sure he is. He's very, very flattered. Moving on, we've got Wyrus. Interestingly, looking at the numbers, Wyrus, he comes in at what? Is he like number 8, 9? What number is he? I've lost count. Number 8. But he comes in with the most in-the-money finishes of all the players here tonight. I think he has, let me look here real quick. I think he has, how many in the money finishes does he have? Yes, he has 15. Only 2 other players have 14, and that would be Speed Diddy and Fats 512. Yet, Wyrus is ranked number 8. So will he be able to build upon, that experience of being able to get to the money and maybe hopefully finish off this big one? Remains to be seen. Next, we've got Donisfat2. Despite, I think, putting it mildly, a tough personal year for Derek, he has managed to maintain a top 10 position at the Fish Fry. So I'm guessing tonight, if he has just the right combination of red wine and his pre-flop charts, that may fuel him to victory. We'll have to see. How much time do we have? Oh, we got like 3-4 minutes. All right, I better hurry up. I better cruise. I better hurry up and cruise through this. Who do we have? Oh, we got Lee's Ride, of course. So Radical Dude, christened Lee's Ride, Rebuy Lee. It was on one of the earlier streams this year. If it's not obvious, it's because Lee Lee often rebuys. But obviously, since he's at this tournament, Lee often wins a lot. He's probably what I would call a boomer bust player. He's never scared to put all the chips in the middle if he thinks it's going to give him a chance to win. So I'll have to see if that how that strategy works out for Lee tonight, and if he ends up at the table with Radical Dude. I'm sure we'll see fireworks if that happens. And I do want to give a shout out to GeoCool. I see you being very active in the chat, which I like. And as I said, when we switch over to the tournament coverage, you'll be able to see the chat actually on the screen. All right. I'm gonna have to really move along here. We got 3 minutes. We've got Ace Hole. So he's coming off a second place victory last night and definitely showed his post-flop chops playing against Picata Ray. However, I received a text from him maybe an hour ago saying that he was really drunk, but he was still going to play. So we'll have to see if that inebriation is a hindrance to him. Then we got King Coconuts. I think just based on cash games, I almost feel like he's like a dangerous cousin of Radical Dude in terms of his betting, bluffing, and calling ranges can be pretty wide and hard to pin down. So yeah, I see him as kind of a dangerous dark horse here, and I think Lee's rider Don Isfatu may have mentioned him or cited him in their sort of like nightmare final table. Next, we've got SVCIO. Jerry is one of the more tighter and probably the most disciplined player that's going to be in the field tonight. He's going to stick to his game plan. I don't think I've ever seen him make really big mistakes. I've definitely seen people make mistakes against him, and that's one of the reasons why he's here at the Master Chef Invitational. But with such a tough field, it'll be interesting to see if his usual game plan will find a similar sort of success tonight. Next, what number are we on here? We've got Jobin at number 15. All right, we're in the home stretch here, and it looks like the tournament's going to start in 2 minutes. So I'm going to talk really quickly here. So Jobin is a super solid tournament and cash game player. And interestingly, him, along with Ace Hole, they're actually representing the Knoll, Knoll family tonight. Many of whom play at the Fish Fry. Off the top of my head, his wife is Lucky Riv 101. Her brother is Frankie Three Legs. Jobin's mom, I think, Squirrel 333. There's one more person. Oh, Easy Money 33 is also part of that Knoll clan. I believe that's his uncle. So hopefully they'll tune in on Twitch and cheer on both Jobin and Ace Hole. We've got LW43210, who is now playing as LW. I think he told me he's playing live at a casino, but I wouldn't be surprised if he still runs hot and takes it down. And there is actually precedence for this, because Jutta Gadu, I think, played at the World Series and was playing live. Oh, I better switch over. I think we're going to start soon. If we start, and I don't get to everyone, I apologize in advance, but I'm sure that there's going to be much more commentary to come. So it looks like we're starting in like 10 seconds. So I better get ready to switch over. So I apologize to Hot Chip, Paul2240, Any2, At Home 20, and Tax Warrior, as they are the final 5 participants in the tournament tonight that I was not able to address. All right, so I'm switching over to the tables. It looks like we've gotten started here. Hopefully I do this right. All right, so I am covering all 3 tables here. Give me a second to get situated here. Make sure I have everything in order. All right, and so, we've got 3 tables going. I think ultimately what I'm going to do is I'll probably try to focus on 1 or 2 rather than try to try to document all the action for all 3 simultaneously, as it can be a little bit chaotic. But what I will do to get started, hey, good luck everyone who's playing, good luck to everyone who's tuned in. Let's take a look at the table composition. Let's see what we have here. On table 1 here on the left, this should be interesting. So we've got Lee's Ride and Tax Warrior, I think, on table 1. Both of whom play a little bit unorthodox, in my opinion, in different ways. With Lee's Ride, as I said, willing to sort of gamble and can be kind of sticky. And Tax Warrior as well has a very, if you're not accustomed to it, potentially frustrating playstyle, especially when she's sort of like leading into people. And then, rounding out that table, we've got 3 very sort of like solid tight players in Esvicio, Wyrus, and Jobin. And we've got LW, who I think just kind of always is doing his thing. I think he's just going to try to hang around. So table 1 will be interesting. If I had to make any prediction here, I think Lee's right. Might go hog wild here and build up a stack quickly, or might live up to his moniker of Rebuy Lee and fall into a trap set by either Esvicio, Wyrus, or possibly Jobin. Let's see, moving on to table 2. So table 2, we've got a pretty interesting spread of players here. We've got Speed Diddy, number 1 ranked player, with Fats 512. They're longtime rivals. They've been playing the other tournaments ever since the early days of the Fish Fry. So although I don't think they're thrilled to see one another, I don't think they're necessarily worried. Also at this table is At Home 20. I can probably take this time. I can talk a little bit about these players now since we've got the tournament going. I think At Home 20 is probably one of the most quiet, consistent winners at the Fish Fry, both in terms of cash and tournaments. I don't think he necessarily makes a lot of crazy moves, and he doesn't get a ton of recognition, I think. But like I said, he's very, very quiet, consistent winner, which is one of the reasons why he's here. I think he came in. What rank was At Home? Yeah. Oh, he squeaked in at number 20. So fitting. So we'll have to see if he'll be able to make some noise tonight. But I have a feeling I wouldn't be surprised if he's playing cash. If I didn't have so many windows open, I would just go check. But he's just sort of this quiet multi-tabling machine who, again, does not make that many mistakes. Also at table 2 is Hot Chip and Lie. He's also another, man, this is kind of an old school table with Speed Diddy, Fats 512. Oh, it looks like Hot Chip got moved. He's on table 1. He's moved to table 1 on the left. So yeah, Hot Chip and Lie, he used to be one of the earliest hardcore grinders at the Fish Fry, and mostly just focused on cash. But then at some point, I think the tournaments just sort of got to be a little bit too juicy with the prize money up top. And now I think all he does is play the tournaments because he's too busy playing higher stakes live games. So we'll have to check in with Hot Chip later. He's a good friend of mine. He lives probably 2 blocks away, and it is great to see him. And then finally rounding out table 2, 2 more players, King Coconuts, who I've talked about already, and Paul 2240. We've got actually a really, I think, interesting mix of styles to play, because Paul 2240, he's, if I had to pick a dark horse, I think I'm gonna pick him. He finished the year at the Fish Fry in 18th, and he only made, well, I put only in quotes, 3 final tables. But those 3 final tables, he finished in, or 2 of them, he finished in first place. So he knows how to finish. It's just a question of, will he be able to make it to the final table? And that's actually very fitting. That's a very fitting question, because the one tidbit about Paul 2240 is he made a very, very deep run at the World Series of Poker this past fall, and he just missed the final table. I think it was still a good, probably 20K score, but he finished in 10th, and he missed the final table. So hopefully he will not repeat that tonight, but he is actually my dark horse pick, as I think he's fairly tight, but from what I've seen at the final table, he's also capable of changing gears quite quickly. All right, and then finally moving over to the last table, and you know what I just noticed here is, and maybe I'll have to send out some text, it looks like Judagadu and Picada Ray are not registered yet, so perhaps I will send them a text. And it looks like, all right, I'm getting text messages. I'm clearly not paying attention to the action here. But according to some of these text messages here, Speed Diddy knocked out Fats on the first hand with quad 8s. Did I miss that? I must have missed that. So that's pretty amazing. So Fats is on her rebuy, and it looks like, hey, Spring, Judagadu is in the free roll? All right, let me text these people. I'm sorry. Give me a second here. I'm going to mute my mic, and I'm going to text Picada Ray, unless it's some strategy. Maybe Picada Ray is so cocky that he's like, I'm going to pull a Phil Hellmuth, and I'm not going to show up until the last possible second. But give me a second. Let me take a look at and see if we're missing anyone else. Oh, wait. No, maybe have the tables not updated? Because this says that says there are 19 people in. Oh, they must be waiting. I'm guessing Poker Bros is waiting to balance and update the tables. So I'll give it a second, but it looks like 19 people have enrolled. So 1 person is missing. Let's see, am I right that it's Picada Ray? Yes. What a cocky jerk. All right, I'm going to send Picada Ray, although I could imagine everybody at the tables would prefer me not text Picada Ray, but, as host of the Fish Fry, I think it's probably my duty to text Picada Ray and see what's up. Because, as I said in the pregame, there's a lot more on the line than just money. I mean, he can win Player of the Year, basically steal it from Speed Diddy if he just finishes $300 ahead. So I'm gonna go ahead and text Fakata Ray. I'm gonna keep it short. Where are you? Question mark. All right. So back to the action. So I didn't cover the last table. Oh, actually, this last table. This looks like. I mean, I think the tables are gonna get rebalanced soon and shuffled. But this last table looks like the one with the most potential for craziness, despite the fact that Speed Diddy doubled through Fats, apparently with quads on the first hand. But this last table has any two. Badbeat 696, Acehole 101, Donis Fat 2, and Diehard 68 AKO. And, with the exception of Diehard 68 AKO, I think the rest of those players there's like a serious mix of playstyles. I mean, Any2 calls himself Any2 for a very clear and literal reason. Badbeat 696 is pretty crazy. Even though he didn't, he finished, what did I say, like 6th this year? So, okay, fine. He's not number 1 like he was before, but his playstyle is pretty crazy, pretty aggressive. I mean, already we're looking at what appears to be a 2.2k pot with him against Diehard, and he's called. So this is kind of perfect timing here. Or no, he's actually raised. He's check raised Diehard. Diehard calls pretty quickly. I would not be surprised to see all the money go in here on the river on table 3 between Diehard and Badbeat. But Badbeat pumps the brakes and checks it, and Diehard just ships it. Badbeat not immediately folding. He makes the call. Queens. And we've got Diehard dealing an early crippling blow to Badbeat, although he clearly has his rebuy. But now Diehard has doubled up. And let me take a look quickly at the... let's take a look at the rankings at the moment. And as I was saying about Table 3, I feel like Table 3 on the right has the most potential for fireworks, just based on the compositions with Acehole 101 and Donis Fat 2 there as well. But right now, after that hand, so we still have Speed Diddy with the early lead, which he is not. He's not unaccustomed to that. I'm sure he's very happy to have gotten off to such a hot start. But I'm sure he also realizes it's very, very early. After that, we've got Diehard 6-8 AKO due to the benefits of that last hand against Badbeat, who surprisingly was not willing to give up those queens. I mean, I know there was a flush draw out there, but there was a king on that flop. So it was an interesting choice for him to check raise that turn. But as I said, he can play a little bit crazy and unpredictable, which is why I think Table 3 on the right is one to keep an eye on. And then after Diehard, we've got Wyrus down at 6.7, along with Donis Fat 2, who also has 6.7. So not a ton of separation yet. Speed Diddy with that early double up through Fats, which I hope we caught on stream. Maybe I probably started too late because I was going through the pregame player previews and didn't think anything would happen on the first hand. But let's see if it's weird that the tables still, there are still 2 empty tables. That's interesting. Where I'm looking for Judagadu, and I don't see him. But interestingly, hold on one second here. It looks like everybody's in. According to the game data, or the game status, there are 20 players registered. But what am I missing here? If there's anyone in chat, I guess you're looking at the same thing I am, but it's really weird because it says Judagadu has 5.3k in chips and Fakata Ray has 5.2k in chips, yet I don't see them. Are there 4 tables? I bet you there are 4 tables, and I'm like an idiot. Of course, I'm such an idiot. All right, so you know what we can do? I knew that was the issue. Let's take a look at that. Let's see, what table are we missing? Let's take a peek at table 3. I'm going to switch table 1, this table on the left, to table 3. God, I shouldn't have drank all that wine before this stream. I can't believe it took me that long to figure out what was going on. But all right, let's take a look at, what did I say it was? Table 3, right? Let's take a look at table 3 and see what the composition is. And, that's actually going to be kind of a crazy table because by matter of elimination, that means Judagadu and Fakata Ray are both at that table. Let's see. Oh, okay. This is also going to be kind of a crazy table. We've got Radical Dude, Tax Warrior has been moved here with Fakata Ray and Judagadu. So I'm going to try to keep up with this action here, but as I said, yeah, Table 1 and Table 3 have a lot of potential, and then, I'm sure Fast 512 is looking for some revenge against Speed Diddy on Table 2. But yeah, I agree with you, Geocool. Jan is definitely steaming. If she lost to quads on the I can actually hear her. Quads! He had quads! I can actually hear her. But, she's played enough poker. She'll probably take a shot of whiskey and keep playing. All right, so let's take a look at Table 1. And, I think since all the players have registered, we're not going to have a table rebalancing until 2 players are eliminated. So this will be pretty stable. So I'm going to focus my commentary on Table 1. I'll keep an eye on chat. There's probably a slight delay, but if there's something I missed, please let me know in the chat if you can. So on Table 1, we've got a hand between Judagadu and Wyrus, with Judagadu opting for what looks to be a 1/3 size bet on the turn, and then an ace comes on the river, and Judagadu opts to check here. Oh, 9, Wyrus, not believing. Was that 2 streets? Wyrus with the 9-2. I wish we caught the pre-flop action. If anybody saw it, did Judagadu limp that, or did he open? I mean, I feel like Judagadu will probably always open if he's going to play, but I'm surprised Wyrus defended the button with 9-2 hearts. All right, we've got an open and a 3-bet with Radical Dude against Fakata Ray. This is going to be an action corner. I can feel it. And right on cue, Radical Dude calls a 3-bet and quickly checks on Queen 8-8, and Fakata Ray fires out 3 forts. I feel like Radical Dude is going to have to get used to that. Fakata Ray, if his prior tournaments are any indications, nearly always follows up on the flop. Although, what was interesting about that is that he normally pots it, and he opted there to bet, it looks like 3 forts. So don't know if that was like a flop-specific or hand-specific adjustment, or if that's a tactical adjustment. So we'll keep an eye on that. Radical Dude back on the horse, this time against Judagadu, but he does have the button, but doesn't do him much good when Judagadu leads into him. Radical Dude immediately raising and Judagadu releasing. So far what we've seen is Judagadu has opted to make some smaller size bets, and he shut down when Radical Dude raised him and was caught bluffing just 2 or 3 hands earlier against Wyrus. So who knows if Radical Dude actually had something there, or perhaps he picked up on some bet sizing things after seeing that hand with Wyrus go down. Fakata Ray limping from under the gun +1. Wyrus coming along the small blind. Will Tax Warrior see us free flop? No. She bumps it up to 4x, and Fakata Ray gives it up, which, I actually, since I'm usually streaming at the final table, I don't get to see a lot of, people's early tournament play. But I will say the limp fold from Fakata Ray is unusual. But I also think it's because at the final table, he often has so many chips that he's like, oh, I don't care, I'm just going to call and see a flop. So it's interesting to see him be, what appears at least so far, to be a little bit more disciplined or a little bit less willing. I don't know if you can say someone who limped pre-flop is necessarily disciplined, but at least he's a little bit more disciplined after he's limped and doesn't just snap call to see a flop, which I think makes sense. So far, we have a lot of action. We got a 4-way pot here on Table 1 between Tax Warrior, Radical Dude, Fakata Ray, and Judagadu. Ace high flop. That's a pretty polarized flop. Who wants this one? Who has it and who wants it? That's almost always the eternal question. Judagadu opting to lead again. So far, he's done that quite a bit, at least from what I've seen. And Radical Dude not going anywhere. And Fakata Ray taking his time to think about what the right move here is. And he folds. We have essentially a brick turn. Will Judagadu follow through? He does not. He checks the turn. Radical Dude leading for pot, basically saying that he has an ace here. Judagadu gives it up. Judagadu showing a lot of discipline. As I said in the pregame, I do think he is one of the most aggressive players in the field. But but to his credit, he is also willing to fold. Like, there are some players who are very, very aggressive and then also just won't give up and then just sort of self-destruct. Whereas I will say Jodagadu, as successful as he is capable of self-destructing, but I do not think it's because he calls down too light. It's often because he's willing to, get it in aggressively, pretty thin. That's a river against Picada Ray. Takes it down. This is a very, very dangerous table, though, I think. With Picada Ray, Jodagadu, I think this is probably the toughest table. This is like the table of death. Every tournament has a table of death, and I think at the moment it would be this one. I'm curious though, for those of you watching here, I was gonna run this, but I think it was like too difficult to do. But I wanted to run this contest where, like, if you could predict like the top 5 finishers exactly, I don't know, I would give out like $100. So all right. If you can get this in on chat, I don't think anyone's been eliminated yet. Give me your top 5 if you want. This is a $100 free roll. Give me or you can text me too if you want. Just get it in, and if you somehow manage to get all 5 right, I will ship you $100 in fish fry credits. And I think that's actually that's tough. Yeah, that's pretty tough this early. I'm gonna check let's check to see the overall leaderboard here and see if there's been any movement. Oh, there has been some movement here. So SVCIO, who I was describing earlier as one of the most tight disciplined players, now has the chip lead. He has 11.2k and is number 1, followed by Acehole 101, who, despite being 3 sheets to the wind, has built up a 9.4k chip stack in second. And Speed Diddy has dropped to third with 8.2k. And then following him is Diehard 68 AKO and Wirus holding strong in 5th place at 6.9. Wow, big pot here possibly on table 1 between Radical Dude and Picada Ray, who seem to be mixing up like every other hand. I mean, this table is one of the most active tables, and we get a call. Wow. Radical Dude thin value shoves Ace Queen, correctly guessing that Picada Ray would call with a worse ace. And just like that, we're going to have to update the rankings. I think that moves Radical Dude into number 2, and Picada Ray now down to 665. And this is what? This is level... What level are we in? This is level 2. So he's going to have to... never say never, but he's probably going to have to rebuy here. I haven't played with him enough to know if this is standard. I know if this was Lee's ride, I'd be like, oh, it's all going according to his plan. But I don't know if Picada Ray was expecting to have to rebuy this early. In a certain sense, I don't know if I'd blame him, hero calling Radical Dude that light, because, Radical Dude, as I described earlier, can be very, very frustrating to play against. And that right there is Exhibit A. So we're going into the first break after the first 2 levels with Picada Ray all the way down to 665. Badbeat 696 has managed to still stay alive and not have to rebuy with 1.1. Rebuy Lee is at 1.1k as well, so he may be living up to his sober K. And we've got NE2 also in 17th at the bottom there with 2100. But then at the top, I must say, I'm quite surprised. We see SVCIO in the lead with 11,000 chips, 11,023 to be exact. Followed by Radical Dude, Acehole 101, Speed Diddy, and there we have Diehard 68 AKO hanging around in that top 5 spot. But it's only the first 2 levels. We still have 4 more levels before there are no more rebuys, so there's clearly plenty of poker still left to play. So while we're on break, I'm going to take a look at chat here. Oh, actually, Diva, you know what? There is, in fact, a Discord server. So if you want, actually, I'll put it in the chat, but there is a Discord server. It's pretty quiet. I primarily use it for people to come on stream. So if you have a Discord account and you want to come chat on stream with me, please feel free. You are more than welcome to. So I will type the Discord information in the chat shortly. We've got a first-time chat from Mr. Judagadu. Let me see. Is it for... And actually, Judagadu, I am kind of shocked that you don't know how to... excuse me, you find that information. So I will check for you and then I'll tell you. It looks like it's top 3. Oh, wait, but this is going to change. But it is... Yes, it's going to be top 3 payout tonight. And currently, first is already over 1K. It's like 1075. But as I said, it's going to be guaranteed 1200. I think we're just going to cross that with rebuys alone. So as I said, I'll add some money to it. But it is the top 3 paying out tonight. Hopefully everybody's aware of that. Oh, and to edify you, Judagadu, you can find out the rewards. But again, I am really surprised you don't know this. If you press the upper right-hand button, within there's like a tab that says rewards, and that will tell you the payouts. Oh, hey there, Killer Tofu. That is Polony. That is actually Fat Flying Pig's partner / wife. I only said slash as I'm not sure which is which, but long time partner, long time / wife. So welcome to the chat, welcome to the stream, Killer Tofu. And yeah, I figure, but I don't know. I don't think. Well, when you say in a 20 people game, I think at least with Poker Bros, it only goes up after you cross that threshold. Like if we got to 21, then it moves to 4 places paid. But I think basically the juiciest distribution of payouts is always at 10, 20, 30, 40. Because usually when you move to the next increment, it adds another player. Hey, thank you for sending me the hand, Lee. I will. I always have to check my text messages later. Yeah, it looks like Dominic already, or Radical Dude already texted me his hand against Picado Ray with the words revenge against Picado. The best part is, I'm sure that is revenge, but I bet Picado Ray is what is he talking about? He doesn't even remember what the incident what incident Radical Dude is getting revenge for. But thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who always sends me hands. It's sometimes very difficult for me to catch up if I'm not playing or keep up with hands, to post in the fish wrap. But before I forget, let me get the Discord information for not only Diva-esque, but for anyone else interested. But as I said, I don't, as with many things with the fish fry, I don't do the best job, I think, promoting or maybe even notifying people. Although, you know what, Diva, I see you online, so I think you're already in the channel. I see you online. So let me know if you still need it, but I will paste the server information in Twitch here if I remember how to do it. Let's see. How do I do this? You'd think it would be easier, although it's clear I do not... outside of gaming, I'm not that savvy in terms of running my own channel. No, Killer Tofu, no, sorry, not my wife, Fat Flying Pig's partner or wife, Polony, who I know used to play poker. I'm not sure why she doesn't play at the fish fry. She's probably too busy playing video games. Wife, thank you, Fat Flying Pig, for the clarification. All right, that copy and paste clearly did not work. That is apparently... That's the ID. That's a Discord ID, but hold on one second. There's gotta be an easier way to do this. All right, let's see if this works. All right, this is the Discord link if anybody wants to join the Fish Fry Discord. But Diva, I do see you. Let's talk next time on break when you want to hop in. Or, I would have you hop in now, but the only problem is the way... Well, you can actually hop in now because I'm going to be mostly focusing on Table 1. The only times it gets a little bit awkward to have people on the stream with me is if I'm streaming multiple tables because you can only view one, right? At any rate, all right, no, not tonight, but definitely in the future. Would love to have you. All right, we've got Radical Dude all in against Tax Warrior. This is a massive, massive raise. What appears to be a check raise. Was there even a break? Radical Dude seems to just be chomping on the bit here to just take out people. So check. All right. Against Judagadu. I did not notice Judagadu was in it. So it's check raise squeeze, and Radical Dude has crossed the 10K threshold. Does that put him in number 1? No, actually, Ace Hole 101 is now number one. We've got 3 players crossing the 10K threshold. Ace Hole 101 with 11.8K, SVCIO with 10.9K, and Radical Dude 10.8. Speed Diddy still holding strong with his early double up through Fats at 8.2. And look who is still in 5th. It is, of course, Rich, Mr. Diehard, 6'8 AKO. We have Picada Ray all in for 625. Wire is showing the 4 deuce. All right, let's see. At the bottom here, we've got Picada Ray and Lee's Ride. I wish there was like a like quick way to do like prop bets. I guess I could like transfer money through like the fish ride, but I feel like I have too much going on. But it would be so fun to prop bet like, all right, who's going out first? Lee's Ride or Picada Ray? Who's got 5 on it? But, you know, at this point, Picada Ray has 545. What? Let's see. Lee's Ride has 1,200. 1,200. Oh, that's still like 30 blinds. Wait, am I doing that math right? Yeah, so Lee's Ride's actually still doing all right. Picada Ray basically at, what, like 15 big. So, all right, yeah, Picada Ray is more likely, well, I don't know. Lee's Ride is known as Rebuy Lee, so he might be itching to click that rebuy button. All right, we've got Judagadu taking it down with the 10. Did Tax Warrior try to bluff that river? Must have. She must have bluffed, and Judagadu hero called there. And he's back above a starting stack, and we've got Tax Warrior now down to 2659. You know, I think I should, as exciting as this table is, I feel like we should take a look at some of the other tables as well. Let me focus now on, let's take a look at table 2, with Speed Diddy, Fats, Ad Home 20, Paul 2240, and King Coconuts. Although, as soon as I said that, of course, Picada Ray 3-bet squeezes Wirus and Radical Dude, and they both call. This is either the best or the worst for Picada Ray. Let's see if both players will opt to check it down here. Check through the turn. Will the river check through? Will Picada Ray get the triple up here, or will he need to reach in his pocket and rebuy? Radical Dude takes it down with King High. Is that a sign? Is that a sign that this is Radical Dude's night? So Radical Dude now up to 12.2K, and he does have the chip lead. Picada Ray has rebought for 5K. We'll see if he makes any sort of adjustment to his game. I'm sure he's not happy, you know, with that Ace-10 of Spades call against Radical Dude. But then again, you know, Radical Dude, Dominic may want to change his name to Frustrating Dude, as that does seem to be a recurring theme. Now we've got Judagadu and Tax Warrior again mixing up. And a bet and a call. And this time, Judagadu betting very, very thin with the river 7, despite the 3 diamonds on the board, and Tax Warrior paying him off. So Judagadu slowly building up his stack, that time at the expense of Tax Warrior. All right, we got Tax Warrior. Was it like round 6? Radical Dude now. Is this a lip? What is going on here? All right, this is crazy. Ace Queen 4 is 8. Wow. Tax Warrior looking really, really good here. Still good. Wow. I mean, Ace Queen has been the crazy hand at the fish fry, at least for the past 48 hours. So that was probably the best pair of hands that Tax Warrior could have seen. 3 ways with pocket 4s, and just like that, she's at 6.1K. And Judagadu now has some work to do as he's fallen below the starting stack once again. Radical Dude took a small hit there. I'm sure he's fine with his play with Ace Queen. Yeah, but what a lucky break for Tax Warrior there. And pardon me, there will be sometimes a little bit of silence as I'm answering text messages and keeping an eye on if people need money. And yes, maybe Picada is not on the stream. There is only 1 buy-in. I better let him know. He just texted me. Oh, but he was joking. But yes, there is only a single rebuy tonight. So let's see, actually, you know, with that said, let's see who's rebought so far. It looks like we've got a few. NE2 has rebought once. Hot Chip and Lie, I am surprised, has also rebought once. Fast 512, I'm sure if she's listening or watching, does not want to be reminded, but she was in fact the first rebuy tonight, running into Speed Diddy's quads. Picado Ray, as we just witnessed, rebought, and Bad Beat 696 ultimately had to rebuy after his hero call gone wrong with Queens against Diehard 68 AKO's King 9 and Rivered 2 pair. So, we're almost at the midway mark before the rebuy period, and let's see, how many rebuys have we had? That is, looks like we've had, where is it here? I thought it showed it somewhere. No, I can't find it, but it looks like 5 or 6 rebuys. In terms of the prize pool, it looks like my estimate was pretty close. First place now pays $11.25, second place $6.75, and third place $4.50. And one thing I do want to note about the rewards and the Player of the Year implications between Picado Ray and Speed Diddy is that since they are only separated by, I think it was like 300 or 350, if Speed Diddy doesn't finish in the money and Picado Ray does, even if he min cashes, he will pass Speed Diddy and win Player of the Year and have a shot at being like Bad Beat 696 and winning Master Chef as well. So not that much has changed. I mean, I had a feeling that was probably going to be the case. And I'm sorry, I just noticed Fats 512 took down a decent-sized pot against King Coconut. So at any rate, we'll keep an eye on the prize pool. But right now, first place is gradually heading toward the guaranteed minimum of 1,200. But we still have 3 more levels to go. Let's see. Dr. Poop 69. Who is Dr. Poop 69? First time chat. Turn set versus flop straight. Who was I saying? Ooh, maybe that's NE2. It was somebody that I was talking about had to rebuy. And if there's anybody that I had to guess is named Dr. Poop, maybe NE2? That would be my guess. Yes. Oh, it's Hot Chip and Lie. I got it. That makes sense. I can't imagine you that. I'm surprised that your Twitch handle is Dr. Poop 69, but I am not surprised that is why you ended up having to rebuy. But thank you for clarifying who you were, Hot Chip. All right, so let's get back to the action now that Picado Ray has rebought. Let's take a look at some of the other tables here. Let's see. Actually, let me take a look at the table we switched from and see what the action is like over there. What table is that? Looks like it's table 1. And table 1 is looking pretty solid. This is Jobin, LW, Hot Chip, SVCIO, and Lee's Ride. Man, it's always so tough to sort of pick here. But I think sort of like the best... although this isn't going to help too much either. I was going to go with the table that had like the shortest chip stack, so we could witness, some eliminations and rebuys. And you know what though? Based on that criteria, let's keep an eye on table 3. Table 3 on the stream, but table 4 within the fish fry, because it looks like Bad Beat, despite rebuying, is now half stacked once again, and Acehole seems to be the beneficiary. Acehole and Diehard are the 2 beneficiaries. But NE2 as well now has a 9.1k stack, and he's rebought. So in terms of who's at risk, Bad Beat 696 here, who's already rebought once, is down to 2,100 chips, and now he's in a 4-way pot against Acehole, Diehard, and NE2 on a 4-2-2, a pretty dry wired flop. All right, and hey to Miss Jenny who texted me. I'm glad you've joined the Twitch stream. Oh, yes, and sorry, Tax Warrior. Yes, you did send some money. You must be playing cash. I will send you some more money pronto. So I'm going to be a little bit quiet here as I am not dexterous. It's not even dexterous. What is it, like dextralingual to be able to like talk and chew gum? All right, I totally made that up. But all right, I will ship you some money. Oh, and I'm terrible. Somebody Somebody must have signed up to do the free roll. Okay, they can just join. I'm getting a bunch of new applicants for the free roll. I just saw that I did not accept it. Oh, we have 56 players in the free roll. That's exciting. Oh, and with regards to the free roll as well, so originally it was just going to be $50. Then Picado Ray very generously was like, hey, I'll put in 25 for second place, which is awesome. And then Jadagadu also volunteered to put in 25. So the payouts for the free roll have been adjusted to 50, 30, 20. All right, and yes, I will not leave her hanging, Diva. I'm sending out that money as I attempt to speak here, and hopefully I'm not missing any action. I'm clearly missing some sort of cash game action if people are reloading in the middle of the the Master Chef Invitational. So I'll have to check in on those cash games later. All right, so back to the action here. So since that time, Badbeat has now fallen below the 2,000 chip mark with blinds at 30-60. That's about, what, like 32 bigs? So not in the danger zone, but, relative to all the other players in the field, and he's already used his rebuy, that's not great. We'll see if he adjusts his play. But it appears Donisfat 2 is now also below 3K in chips and is involved in a hand with Acehole 101, who I want to get an update. He says, he literally, whatever, all's fair. It's not like there are any sort of non-disclosure agreements with text messages, but let me check my text messages from earlier. Where was it? Because he almost wasn't going to play. Hold on, where is this text message here? Hold on, let's see here. Do I have him listed as Acehole? Yes, I do, right here. All right, what's it say here? This was at 6:21 tonight. Wait, Radical Dude says Aces versus King. Oh, I'm looking up Radical Dude, Aces versus Kings. I see. You're now at 16.4. Thank you for letting me know, Rad Dude. Oh, and GeoCool, I will answer your question shortly about the fish fry. But let me finish these text messages from Acehole 101, who has 12.1k chips on table 3. So, at 6:21 p.m. today. Oh, right, good. All right, this is perfect. I'm glad people are listening. So 6:21 today, he texts me, and he's like, Peppy, I'm out tonight. Too many drinks. And then he asked me, who's 21 for the alternate. But then what appears to be just 1 minute later, he's like, never mind, I'm in. But then 10 minutes later, he's like, I'm hammered, I can't even see. But then he told me, forget my last text, I'm in. And finally, just now, he texted me, he's good, he's alive. And yes, you are very well alive, my friend, with 12k chips, which, let's take a look at the rankings here. I know Dominic, or Radical Dude, is number 1, but Acehole, you are hanging steady there at number 3. And incredibly, Diehard 6'8", AKO, is still in 5th. Is he the most consistent player? He's basically been probably 4th or 5th all year in the overall rankings, and through basically the first 3 levels, despite a lot of chip shifts, he has remained steadfastly in 5th place. Kind of amazing. So we got Radical Dude now extending his chip lead. Let's see, he did lose his hand, but I believe he will still be, let me refresh this here. He does still have the chip lead. He's got a 3K chip lead over SVCIO, who, I must say, once SVCIO gets a hold of some chips, he is not going to let go of them easily. He's kind of like a snapping turtle. He'll sit there quietly, mostly play nice, people will not pay attention, and then, oops, somebody's going to make, either a big mistake or there will be a huge cooler, and if there's a huge cooler, SVCIO is likely going to be the one on the favorable end. So he's a pretty strong favorite to make a deep run, because I do not see him giving up those chips that easily. I think what might happen is he may end up, if he ends up getting card dead, he may end up bleeding away those chips and fall back, maybe do an average stack, once we get to like 2 tables or maybe even the final table. And then after SVCIO, as I said, we've got Acehole 101, who has confirmed that he's okay. And then after that, we've got NE2, who has rebought and has made good on that rebuy, showing the ace on table 3. And actually, I need to, man, the chips move so quickly. He is now in 6th with 7.8. Die Hard has moved up to 4th, and Speed Diddy is now in 5th with 8.5. Let's see here. Picada Ray. I had made this commitment not to bounce around, but it's almost impossible. Picada Ray, I've been missing out, clearly has been involved in a lot of hands and is mixing it up with Tax Warrior. We've got 1.8k in the middle, and he only has 3k behind. I mean, this is a really important street for him, as he only has 3k behind with 1.8k in the middle. And he bets half, and he gets a fold, I'm sure much to his relief. And so before I forget, Geocool, why is the club called the Fish Fry? I wish there was like a great story to it, but I kind of made it on a lark, but it's because before, obviously pre-COVID, when I used to play a lot of home games, and I'd always look forward to them and get really excited. And if people would ask me either how they were going to be or how they were, if it was a really soft one, I was like, oh, it was a fish fry. Or oh, I'm going to a fish fry tonight. So I thought it'd be pretty funny to have, a home poker club called the Fish Fry, as that's exactly the sort of home game that I always anticipated and aspired going to, a place where I could go fry some fish and have a good time. Speaking of frying fish, Picado Ray has made a move back. Is he the most volatile player here at Table 1? I think so. But as I said, this Table 1 on the far left, I think, is the most difficult table. This is the current table of death. Obviously all the players here, have played very, very well this year and know what they're doing. But every tournament, there's always going to be one lineup that you're just like, geez, really? So, Picado Ray is number 2, Judicadu is number 3, and what did I say Radical Dude was? Is he number 6? Number 7? Let me see if I can confirm that really quickly. What is Radical Dude here? Yeah, number 7. So we have the number 2, the number 3, and the number 7 player all at the same table. So it should not be that surprising that at least one of them is struggling. In this case, it's Picado Ray. Will he be able to survive that? We still haven't had an elimination yet, and there will not be any rebalancing until we get at least two. Oh wait, yes, until we get two eliminations. Oh man, my computer's freaking out here. All right, I'm back. Let's see. Diva S got up to Lazarus. Oh right, yes. I should have brought the bottle as well, but it's probably to my benefit. But knowing me, by the time we have the final table, I'll probably have switched to risky. Or risky, geez, I'm already a little bit tipsy. I'll probably switch to whiskey. And what? 12 observers? Is there all right, no. I told myself I'm gonna focus on this. I'm not gonna manage the cash game tables here. Alright, Donis Fatu said unbelievable. And it looks like he has 5,000 chips, so he must have rebought, and I completely missed the action. So if you want to recap me, or the chat, maybe everybody else got it except for me, that'd be great. But hey, you're still in it, and you've got 5,000 chips, which is more than at least Badby, more than Paul2240, more than At Home 20, who I see is hanging in there with 4625. Radical Dude, what is going on? Every time I look away from the table and look back, you've got more chips. Radical Dude now has crossed the 20k mark. And according to chat, he hit a straight flush. It must be at the expense of Tax War. This is, I call it Table 1 the Table of Death, but this might just be the Table of Dom, or the Table of Dude, as either case may be. As he now has the largest chip lead. Let's take a look at the actual stacks here. Let me refresh this. So Radical Dude now has 21.9k chips. SCIO is still in second. Mr. Snapping Turtle at 18.6. And Ace Hole 13.5. So really the only movement we've had here is Radical Dude continuing to pad his chip lead, and against arguably the toughest table. How is the table going to adjust to this? We will have to see. I can't imagine any of them are going to take this sitting down. But I did warn everyone, he is considered one of the most frustrating players to play against. And no, Diva, play the free roll. You can join. There are many, many other tournaments, but this is probably a good one to join. I think Fat Flying Pig may be joining us later as well. And Tex Watson was a tentative. I talked to him earlier, so there's still. I mean, we haven't even had our first elimination yet, and we're almost an hour in. So there's still plenty more tournament to go. Yes, I believe Tex is at home, and I believe the only reason he isn't here is he has child care duties. But I do believe he will be tuning in to the chat later, or to the stream later, and hopefully will grace us with some tax witticisms, or witticisms, text witticisms, sex witticisms, same thing. Am I right? All right, so I will try to cover the action here. On table 3 on the right, Bad Beat in a hand with any 2 and Die Hard here. These are actually the sort of boards I think are really dangerous for Bad Beat. Anytime he sees like flush draws out there, I feel like he has a tendency to get a little bit trigger happy. Oh, we have an all-in. Oh, this is a rematch from last night. Ace King versus Ace Queen with Picada Ray at risk against Tax Warrior. Wow. And Picada Ray is out. The first one out in the Master Chef competition. The player who, undeniably was the hottest player coming in, has suddenly flamed out. And I'm sure, much to Diva-esque's satisfaction, he goes out with Ace Queen against Ace King against the Queen, Lori, the Tax Warrior. So GG, Picada Ray, I'm sure you're disappointed, but you can go back to your vault and count the rest of your fish fry money for the past 3 weeks. And GeoCool, I think that's a genuine question, although that would make an amazing backhanded snarky comment. There are rebuys. There's only one rebuy, and Picada Ray had already used it. So GG Picada Ray, I'm sure you're disappointed, but hey, we got a long season ahead of us. We've got Radical Dude all in with Jacks against King Jacks against Wirus. So far, Jacks are good. Wirus needing a King here will need to rebuy. No King, and Radical Dude is just piling up chips. Radical Dude now at 25K. And all right, it appears we've now, but how is that possible? Consolidated to 3 tables. Is that right? No, that is not right. We just have 3 tables that are full because Wirus rebought and has been moved. But now we have Speed Diddy along with Paul2240 moving. Oh, but just like that, poof, Radical Dude has been moved. And I'm going to have to adjust some of these tables here as we're getting a few duplicates. So bear with me here. Table 3, table 4. All right, I'm going to randomly pick a table to cover here. And let's see if we get... I'm going to try to follow Radical Dude. All right, I picked it right. So Radical Dude, I'm sure much to Wirus' chagrin, after he rebought, Wirus was moved and now finds Radical Dude again at his table. But this time, Radical Dude is at a table with LW and Jobin 8098, and it's a short-handed table. There's only 4 players there. So let's keep an eye on that. But I will focus on... I'm going to focus on table 1, partially because Speed Diddy and Junagadu are both there. The number 1 and the number 3 player, and also because it's the screen or the table closest to my vision, so it's a little bit easier to commentate there. All right, and Donis Fat 2, you seem to be more excited about the free roll than you are about the Master Chef Invitational, of which you are clearly still in with what appears to be 4.6K in chips. But a quick, so Radical Dude is up top with 25.5K. Speed Diddy has since dropped to 9th place here with 6.7K. This is after his early double up on the first hand through Fats, who, let's see, where's Fats? Fats 512 has now passed Speed Diddy. She's in 7th with 7.620. Showing that resilience and perseverance will sort of go a long way. Will it go long enough for her to get to the final table? We'll see. But she has since recovered from that double up and has now passed Speed Diddy. One has to wonder with Speed Diddy. I mean, I haven't seen him playing, but he's definitely breathed a sigh of relief that Picada Ray is out. Because now Speed Diddy has locked up Player of the Year award. Like, I know that was on his mind. I know that was kind of, I don't know if it's necessarily a psychological barrier, but it was definitely an additional pressure coming in, especially because I feel like, he lost to Picada Ray heads up just 2 or 3 weeks ago when he could have locked up Player of the Year on that tournament, and then seeing Picada Ray win 3 tournaments in a row, I'm sure Speed Diddy was not feeling great, especially since he didn't play the tournament last night, and then probably wakes up, or maybe even knew later that night, that Picada Ray had won again. At any rate, congratulations to Speed Diddy. Regardless of what happens in the MasterChef Invitational, he is the Fish Fries 2021 Player of the Year. He did manage to go the entire year and held on to that #1 spot, which was quite the triumph at the end. Picada Ray came very, very close from snatching that honor from him. So let's see. Will that unburdening, facilitate Speed Diddy playing aggressively here? Will it liberate him, or maybe he won't care as much? We'll see. So with that said, Judagadu lifts the button, and Paul 2240 completes, and we see a 3-way limp pot. Judagadu not one to let a flop go by, but Paul 224 apparently just waiting, and immediately mint check raises Judagadu. And I was going to say, it's going to be very unlike Judagadu to give up there to a mint check raise. And Paul 224 fires again for half pot. And we're going to see a river here where this is, a medium size but still substantial pot given their stack sizes here. And now Paul 2240 bets 1/3 on the river. This is a very interesting hand that went check raise flop, small check raise flop, small bet turn, and then another down bet on the river. Judagadu expressing, this being a tough call. Indeed. And he opts to give it up. Perhaps because, that run out doesn't look great. I have to guess, Judagadu probably at least had a jack. He might have folded a king, but I would be surprised. I feel like if Judagadu folded a king, although would he continue on that mint check raise with just a jack? I mean, it does look like, a straight did get there. We'll have to see. I don't know if Judagadu and Paul 2240 have a lot of history. Judagadu has a fair amount of history with a lot of the players here, especially the ones who play heads up. But I have a feeling he doesn't have a lot of history with Paul 2240. Paul 2240 immediately calling Judagadu's raise. King Coconuts and Speed Diddy getting out of the way here. Oh wait, what? The King Coconuts? I must have missed the action. This is what happens when I'm looking at a million things. Did King Coconuts 3-bet that? Now I'm gonna have to look. Alright. Or if someone wants to help me out in chat if it's not too slow, what just happened. King Coconuts also 3-bet squeezed or something from the small blind. Alright, now I wanna look. Alright, let's see. Diva, if you want to come on stream, let's do this. Hop on, and this should work. Go to the Fish Fry Discord and hop in the Fish Fry TV channel, and that should work. And then hopefully your audio is good. If you are listening to the Twitch stream, though, you're going to need to mute your Twitch. Otherwise, we're going to get a feedback loop. And I do see you. Your mic's muted at the moment. But I do see you in the channel.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hopefully the chat can hear you, but I'm pretty sure if I can hear you, the chat can hear you. I'm sure they'll let us know if they can't. Hey, so welcome. welcome to the stream.
All right, I'm excited to join the stream. Let me know if my volume's good or if I'm too loud. I tend to be loud. I'm a lawyer, trial lawyer, so we're loud. And
all right, opening arguments. You sound great, at least on my end.
I keep my input volume around 70%, Pep, just to.
I'm sure chat will let us know, but no, your levels sound good to me. So as I said, welcome to the stream. Let's see.
All right, we got a pod developing here over on table 3 between Any2 and Don. Got 2 flush draws. Otherwise, it's pretty dry.
You have a
Not
white
very large.
river with queens.
Not much. Queens. Oh, you're a little ahead of me, so.
Oh wait, what? You know what? You should do. Yes. This
You gotta share screen with me if you want me to be at the same
we could
place
do that.
you are.
Oh wait, I actually hadn't
Yeah.
thought about that because previously what I had people do. Oh, that's brilliant. Previously, I would just have people not watch the stream and you would just watch it like on your iPad or on your phone in real time.
Yeah, but this one is a password, so I can't join.
Oh, right. All right, so let me.
Screen with me.
All right, my computer should be able to
I'll
handle
watch
this.
it. I'll just watch it on stream.
No.
Break.
No.
You can get me in on the break if you want to wait.
Hold on,
if it's
no, I
too
can probably do
distracting.
this. Let's see here. Wait, share screens. I wonder if this is going to be too small. All right, here I'm going to share this. The resolution's probably. Let me know. Can you see that? I'm sharing my screen right now. Is that too small? Hey Diva, are you there? Well, I'm sharing my screen, but now I cannot tell if like Diva is casting or even if I'm casting. I wonder if I share my screen if everything cuts out. All right, I'm gonna stop.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, but
I could totally see it. I don't
Oh.
know why. Why did my audio end? Just because you shared screen?
yeah,
That
it
was
must
weird.
be. Oh, that's too bad. So you can totally see
Oh
it.
man! All right. Well, I'll just cover. I'll cover the table from here, and
All
you
right.
can't jump in on my. But if we do the final table, we can't do it together unless we figure it out.
Oh
how to make it
no,
work.
no, this is so easy. I'll just tell you the password. So
Oh
stupid.
yeah, tell me the password.
So
There you
dumb.
go. Okay.
Yeah.
Message it to me in the Discord.
Yeah, I'll do that. Perfect.
Okay. All right. Meanwhile, I'll pay attention to the other tables here. All right. What do we got over here on table 3? Nothing going on. And we got a 3-way hand on table 2 with Wirus, LW, and Radical Dude. Radical Dude just with a massive chip stack over here on table 2. Everybody just tiptoeing him around him.
It does appear he's given back a little bit, because I think at one point he had like 25k.
Yeah. Scare card on the river. LW's not afraid. He's
Chop
got
pot.
it. Well, chop pot.
Oh, I am a little bit ahead. I will actually take this moment to refill my wine glass.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, as I mentioned, I left my bottle in the other room. Ooh, boy, a royal flush on a draw on the board here on table 2. That's exciting. 4 cards to a straight on table 1. Joe Bean takes down the royal flush draw, bravely betting. Judicatu believes King Coconut's representation of the straight. Oh boy, ace hole with the big bet. Don calling. Uh-oh, who's got the queen? Don says it's me. I'm donking it. Ace hole thinking about it.
Yeah, Diva, you've actually had some pretty great battles against Ace Hole 101 at the final table.
Oh, Ace Hole and I have had some excellent battles. I'm sure he was pleased to see me go out last night. Although I'm sure he would have rather had my chips than see me give them to PKR. Oh, yes. Don had that queen. That quick donk bet.
Trip
He got
queen
it
for
in
Don.
there. Yep.
So with that, I'm looking at the rankings there. So Donna's Fat 2
Be in like second, right?
is now in third place because SVCIO is continuing to
Oh,
build
he
that
must be
chipset.
on the other table. SVCIO must be on the other table, huh?
Yes. He's so all in
Okay.
and called. Ooh. Has Fats rebought there. We've got Acehole eliminating Ace Fats 512.
Oh, I think
Aces
Pat's
versus-
already rebought. She went.
Oh, she
used
went
her-
out on the first.
Yeah,
hand.
remember she went early with that quad running into the quads of who was it?
Speed
Diddy?
Diddy. Yeah, now she
Yeah.
runs Ace Queen into Aces. So just like that, I think now we are down to 3 full tables with that elimination, right? Let's see here. Should be.
All right, now how do I observe multiple tables at once?
Oh, I don't think you can. That's the thing.
Yeah, we got to
Yeah.
find a way to make the screen sharing work at the intermission.
Yeah, we can
I'm
do
just
that.
gonna watch on stream for now.
All right, that sounds good.
We're down to 3 tables now. We got. Oh wait, hold on. Our tables 2 and 3 are
Oh,
the
it's
same here
duplicated,
on
yes.
stream.
Yep. I'll change that.
Yep.
Give me 1 second here. What do we do? It should be 1. All right. All right, is that good? All right, that looks good. So now,
Looking
yes,
good.
we've got all the players on the table. We get a look at SVCIO, who I believe is still in second. It looks like he's at, what, 14.9? Is he still second in chips? It's so weird how the...
All right,
yeah.
so we got Radical Dude in first, SVCIO in second, and close behind him in third is Ace Hole. Donna's Fat 2 in fourth. Lee's
Oh.
Ride.
And it looks like
in
Hot Chip
fifth.
and Lie is sitting out with 235. I wonder what happened there.
Oh, Hot Chip and Lie. Lost. That was on a rebuy too, so he's not coming back.
Yeah, actually the bottom 3 players, I'm looking at the list here. So Hot Chip's obviously at the very bottom with what appears to be 35 chips. Jutta Gadu also at risk, who's also rebought, along with Bad Beat. Oh, and surprisingly, something must have happened. These chip counts just do not refresh quickly enough, because at one point it had Die Hard all the way at the bottom, but it looks like he must have doubled through. But the 3 people at risk, actually there's just 2. It's Jutta Gadu and Hot Chip. Jutta Gadu, though, has 2,700 chips with blinds at 50, 100.
He can double up a couple times and he's
Yeah.
right back in it. That's not so bad.
He knows how to. He definitely knows how to build up a stack quickly if he needs
You know, we
to.
got some short stack players in the club,
Yeah.
and all right, let's see. What any 2 on the button on table 3? That's always going to be exciting. I mean, he could be playing any 2 anytime, but especially when he's on the button. No, he folds. Oh, all right. Well, no pre-flop commentary. Whoa. Okay, that's exciting. Oh, Ace Hole. A big pot-sized bet on the river with the scare card for the flush on table 2. Die Hard thinking about it. Die Hard's thinking about it. Does he have it? It's a third of Die Hard stack. He's letting the time run out. Now he calls. Oh, Ace Hole's got it. Queen High flush. Ace Hole chips up into, what is that? Like, yeah, he's in first place. Look at that. Ace Hole takes the lead.
Wow. So ever since Radical Dude has moved to this table, yes, it looks like I haven't been watching the hands that closely, but perhaps each of those players taking turns.
Yeah, Die
chipping
Hard's
away.
back to starting stack and crying about it. Absolutely understandable. Okay, let's see what we got over here developing on table 3. A multi-way pot. Going to the flop. Got four players going to the flop. Ooh, ace. Couple of straight draws, a flush draw. That flop is wet, wet, wet. Wetter than 10 feet of snow at Tahoe. And Lee's Ride takes a big pot-sized bet into that wet flop. 2 folds. What about at home? Yeah, he takes it down. Lee's Ride chipping up. He's moving into the top 5. Could tell I once had a stint as an auctioneer.
Got Virus over betting on table 2, and he takes it down. Hey, the only thing I'm curious about, if you are commentating off the Twitch stream, I know the stream is just delayed by a couple seconds. I'm wondering what that's gonna. I wonder how that's gonna sound. Actually, I'm like,
Well,
so
at
curious.
the break, we'll figure out how
figure
to
it
make
out.
the screen share work. But let's ask chat.
Yeah.
Do I seem behind, or do I seem like
Oh, King Coconuts. Sorry, I was trying to keep an eye on the action. So King Coconuts is quick
Wow.
with Fat 2 there. Yes,
wow, King Coconuts?
and Dom, you
4
can't.
cards to a flush, and they were both betting with 4 cards to a flush, and neither one of them had it. That's exciting.
Donna's Fat 2 possibly tilt shoving here, and King Coconut's calling quickly on the button. Radical Dude explaining how he lost his chips, which sounds understandable, but Donna's Fat 2 in bad shape here, but
Oh,
he does flop the 5.
No, oh, he hits the 5. He's gonna get it. Yep. Quickly doubles up. I think Donna's Fat 2 is distracted by the free roll. He was crushing it over there in the free roll.
Yeah, he might be playing for the glory of first rather than the actual money and the prize pool.
Ooh, Lee's ride with a massive... Oh, any 2 with a massive pre-flop bet, and Lee's ride calls. Kind of a wonky dry flop here. Lee's ride dunking it out with a half pot. Any 2 not deterred. Oh, now we got a straight on the board. Straight on that rainbow board. It's really developing. Whoa, a big pot size bet. And that's enough to get any 2 out. Lee's ride says, that's my pot. Any 2's ace king. Just can't get the job done. I sympathize, man. Mine couldn't get the job done last night either, so I'm there, right there with you.
Yeah, that was definitely a rough way to go last night against Picada Ray. Hot Chip
Here
with
we
the
go.
lead
Hot
here.
Chip. Yep. Oh, Hot Chip is so low on chips. Chip valiantly battling to stay in. Alright, what do we got developing over here on table 2? LW and Die Hard.
LW
Whoa,
all
LW
in, over
jumped
betting
it.
the turn.
Yeah, doesn't want to see that flush come. Or a straight.
We also on table 3 have at home 3-bet squeezing. Or just 3-betting here. 2.9 against any 2 out of the small blind.
That shove's gonna get it done. LW showing 1 jack, which is not relevant to the board.
Any 2 showing, folding to at home 20s 3-bet and showing ace king. I think that's indicative of any 2 realizing that at home 20s range is 3-betting range is probably fairly tight and not willing to flip for his tournament life with ace king there. At home 20 flashing a king. My guess there either ace king, probably kings would be my guess.
People in chat recounting their stories of both losing to and losing with the ace queen. The ace queen is a hand that is vastly overrated by those playing it. We could talk about this all night long. A friend of mine is like hates the ace queen more than any other hand.
Yeah, I'm sure your friend is not alone in that regard.
Yeah. Alright, we're going 3 ways to the flop on table 2 with Ryrus, ace-hole with his monster stack, and Radical Dude. Whoa, Ryrus shoving it with the all-heart flop.
Wow.
And a call from Radical Dude, and he didn't believe it, but Ryrus had it, and Ryrus is going to double up there, and Radical Dude is continuing his slide. Wow, how the mighty have fallen on table 2. Holy cow. Is that too mean? Is that too on the nose? I gotta.
Hey, I'm just listening. I'm just watching this room. I'm listening to this stream. I'm not the one playing. But you were not speaking false facts. So Radical Dude, let's see, slips below 10K. But how many big blinds is that? He still has, what is that,
My
like?
old friend Ace Hole on
60.
top of the stack now by a significant margin. 1/3 more chips than the King Coconuts in second place. So
Yeah, Radical Dude's fortunes have certainly changed after that table change. Yeah, and Ace Hole now is the one with the chip lead at 17.7K, although he is in a pretty big pot now with
look at that
Lyris.
dirty diaper flop on table 3. Remember this thing from Pittsburgh
right,
where they
yeah.
play the 2-3 and act like it's like a big slick? Yeah,
Yes,
look at this.
yes.
I don't know, Lease Ride. You got any 2 in this pot with you? Yeah, he checks after the call on the C-bet. What's going to happen? Ah, Lease Ride takes it down.
Did we just have an elimination? I think. On
Uh-oh, we
table
had an
one.
elimination done saying he's out. You're supposed to be watching table 1.
I am.
Kevin.
I'm also listening to you. Yeah, it looks like Tax Warrior, they're eliminated down as fat 2 on table 1, moving Tax Warrior the 9.2K chips. Table 1 is definitely, I think, has calmed down a bit after the departure of Radical Dude. It's going to be a dogfight with Tax Warrior, Juddy God, and Speed Diddy there. That's actually, table 1 remains a very, very sort of tough table. Obviously, as the players get eliminated, all the tables are just going to become tougher here. As we saw, table change makes a huge difference with Radical Dude. Let's see, Radical Dude has fallen from first to 7th, which I believe he still has an above average stack. Oh, speaking of table changes, he is back to table 1.
Back to table 1.
Welcome back, Radical Dude. Will he be able to find the magic again? This time with Speed Diddy and King Coconuts, along with Tax Warrior and Janagadu. And true to the frustration theme, Tax Warrior welcomes Radical Dude with a go away dom.
Alright, let's see what we got developing here on the other tables. Big pre-flop raise from LW. More than 3 on the button, showing his sincerity, saying that's not just a crappy button range, that's a real bet, and everybody believes him.
If only I could make Dom go away, Lord. I wish it were that easy. With that said, Tax Warrior takes it down with Ace Queen on table 1.
Tax Warrior is my only remaining woman in the tournament, right? I think, right? With Fats out?
That is correct.
Yeah. I got to root for my girl.
Yeah.
Go, Lori.
Nobody
Go,
wants to root
Lori.
for Radical Dude, but he's on the effeminate side. I don't know if that's enough to cut the mustard for you to root for him, but
I don't make those kind of judgments in this day and age, my friend. You know,
not a judgment.
you know.
It's a description.
I'm
on the
if he
effeminate
tells
side.
me, if he tells me his pronouns, then I'll follow
fair
him.
enough,
That's all
fair
I'm saying,
enough.
my friend. That's all I'm saying.
I'm more on probably more the feminine side, the masculine side. There's clearly not a judgment. It's purely a description. Oh, we've got all in the call. Set of 9s with Speed Diddy, and Radical Dude now down
No,
to
Radical
2.1
Dude.
K chips.
Man.
Running-
Woo, Speed Diddy chipping up. B Diddy looking to hold on to his title as 2021 Player of the Year for Fish Fry.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, that actually I think is very indicative of Speed Diddy's play. I mean, he got, obviously very lucky and coolered Fast 5-12 on the first hand of the tournament, apparently with quads. Wait, we've got Radical Dude at risk here with Ace
Here
King
we
versus
go.
King Jack.
Yeah.
All right, and Ace King holds.
And the Ace King holds. Yeah.
Oh, we've got a River Queen. Hot chip will not go away on table 3. River's the queen. But really quickly, I want to say
Yeah.
about Speed Diddy is that I think this is actually very, very indicative of his tournament playstyle, where he was the beneficiary of a lucky early double up. Had the lead.
Actually, with PKR out, isn't Speed Diddy assured the Player of the Year honor?
Yes, he is. Yes.
Yeah,
he is.
I thought I
He's-
remembered that from your pre-game warm-up.
Yeah. No, he's locked that in. He's good. Now he's going for the glory of. He could repeat, as I said earlier. Bad beat 696 last year. The player pool was smaller. Was both Player of the Year and Master Chef. So Speed Diddy is in the running to sort of repeat that feat, or to complete that feat himself.
He needs to get like a special belt. Like, do they have can people? Do they have the ability for the administrators in the club to award a special,
I know, if
avatars or
avatar thing.
icons.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be, because then he could wear, he could wear a special belt all the way.
Yeah. But
SBCIO is pointing out that PKR went away 18 hands ago. He's a little salty with his 13K chip. What's up there, SBCIO? Come on. All right, we'll pay attention to you. All right. I hear you, my friend. Usually taking money from me at the PLO table, but you're making a strong showing tonight.
Yeah, he's still SVCIO's in 5th, and Speed Diddy has moved up to 4th. And as I was saying, we got Radical Dude all in with pocket 3s against Juddy Guy, who's ace 7. It's a coin flip.
Yeah, 3s are looking good. 3s are
survive.
still good.
So
The 3s hold.
frustrating
Radical
dude.
Dude will not go away. Good job, Radical Dude. Chipping back up. Meanwhile, Hot Chip and Lie over here with 105 chips. Unbelievable.
Showing an incredible next level strategy here of just sitting out.
I mean, I don't know what's going on there. It's impressive to hang around that long with less than 300 chips, honestly. Yeah, we got some blind on blind action over here on table 3. And E2 takes it down with the second pair. Alright, other than Hot Chip and Lie with the 105 chips, I mean, really, nobody's at risk right now. We're just in the middle, we're in the middle game here, A lot of the poker players these days are really into chess, and, alright, that ace holds.
Alright.
Oh, no, it doesn't. The queen. Sorry, I didn't see that. Hot Chip is out.
We got Die Hard at risk here, though, with Ace Queen, Ace 9 on the middle table. Ace 9 with LW. Die Hard is going to have to rebuy here.
Yep, that's it. Die Hard, has he rebuy yet?
He is not. He will be able to rebuy, so he will reload for 5,000 chips.
Is he going to reload?
He's
not coming back.
I would be surprised. Is that true? Unless he's busy, I would be very surprised. It could be. That is a blessing for a lot of the remaining players if Die Hard is not
Looks like he's done. Looks like he doesn't want to come back in with the starting stat. Oh, it's level 8. He can't.
Oh, that is why. So he's out.
Good point, Don.
It's good wine. It's good wine. This is good wine.
Don, you can play 2 tournaments and do the chat commentary at the same time. You should be in here with us, my man.
He did do a great job last night. Him and Lee.
He did.
It's always a pleasure having them on the stream. So with the elimination of Die Hard 6-8 AKO, we are now down to 14 players. And Bad Beat, I feel like I've been saying this all tournament.
Who's at risk now? We got Bad Beat. And nobody's really in immediate danger here. We're back. So back to my commentary about how all the poker players are playing chess these days.
Right.
We're solidly in the middle game now with this tournament.
I would agree with you. Yes, I would agree with you that we are in the middle. And at the middle phase of the tournament, it's really a question of most people probably want to play patient. But if you're someone like Bad Beat with 3.6 or any 5.8, you really should be looking for spots to try to level up, because everybody who just plays patiently, the blinds are just going to grind everyone down. And obviously, if you're a shorter stack, that's disadvantageous to you.
All right, let's see if we can get this screen sharing working now.
All right, hold on 1 second. I'll put us on intermission, and then we can try to figure this out. Give me 1 second here. All right, I'm gonna mute my mic, but I'm gonna have to figure this out.
You can still hear me though, right?
I can still hear you. But we should maybe type in chat because you may not be able to hear me.
Yeah. We'll type in chat. We'll type in chat because you couldn't hear me when I joined your screen before. All right, but you got to share screen first. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, but you still have to share screen with me though. Yeah, yeah, right. But then
Hello. All right. Are we back? I feel like. All right. It looks like we're back. We got like 3 seconds left, and for some reason it looks like the tables got a little bit wonky here. I don't know why this happens. All right. Let me fix this really quickly.
back in the can you hear me again now?
Yes, I can hear you. Hopefully the chat can hear you. Hold on. I want to fix the layout here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna watch it off the stream, and you know what? We'll do a little practice and figure it out. But you were able to get people last. Oh, they were just watching the tables in the
In real time, like on their
in
device.
real
That's
time
normally
on
how
their
I do it.
devices. Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll figure it out.
Go ahead. I'm gonna mess with. For some reason, I don't know why this changes here. I need to fix the tables here. What's going on?
Yeah, you just got them out of order a little
I
bit.
don't know
No
why
worries.
that happens.
All right, we've gone to the river here with Bad Beat and SVCIO. Bad Beat's only got a little more than pot behind. SVCIO thinking about it. Makes a small value bet. Very polarizing. Is it a bluff or is it value with such a small stack? Trying to get blood out of a turnip here with Bad Beat, and he folds. He believes it. And over here on table 2, we got a dry as hell flop. Holy cow, that's a 86 Napa cab over there on table 2. All right. I'm just providing the, combined color
color.
and, play-by-play here
Yes.
on the other
So-
tables, Pep.
That's appreciated as I fiddle this. Yeah, I don't know what's
Yes.
up with this. I didn't change anything on OBS. I wonder why.
All right, what do we got going on table 3 over here? Lee's riding SVCAO. We got a clash of titans over here, and Lee shows his ace. We missed something with Radical Dude, saying that last hand was brutal. Looks like he went out. We missed something important on table
Yes.
1.
Wait, is
Yeah.
he out? Out? Sorry, I'm like messing with the layout
Yeah,
here.
I don't see
Wow,
him.
Radical Dude
Yeah,
is
Radical
out
Dude is out.
in 14th. I'm sorry we missed
Oh
your
man,
bust out.
all right,
Hopefully it is on stream, or you can let us know. But that does what? Well,
we
that
missed
was
it.
quite the
Radical
roller coaster
Dude.
ride.
Sorry. Text him the link to the hand, and if you're still observing.
Oh, what is up? Oh, I know why
And
this is not working. I might have
six.
just boffed everything here. Yeah, I know what I can do. I know why that's not working. All right.
Oh no!
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Technical difficulties there. We should be good.
Oh,
I'll get
you're
this back.
putting your scenes back in.
Yeah, there we go. This should
I
be fine.
actually like it without the chef on the lower right because I can't see the third table fully with that guy on there.
Oh, wait, really? That's
Yeah. But it's okay if you want to leave it on. I know he's an important icon for the club.
Wait, so you're saying when there are 3 tables? That's so weird because what I see on OBS should be what you see on your screen.
Well, I'm watching it on stream, and it's not, it's not the end of the world. It
All right.
doesn't fully cover up Lee's ride. I can still see if he's got chips or not.
Weird. Yeah, no, it covers up on mine. Now I gotta look at this. On mine, it covers his chips a tiny bit. Let's see here.
All right, we got
I
2
love it.
3-way hands developing. Oh, nope, down to 2 ways on 2. Woo, wet flop. Flush, straight, couple straights. And Bad Beat is in this pot with SVCIO. He's down to only 2,600 chips. Very dry flop. And he puts them all in. Oh, NE2 was in there too. I didn't see that. What's SV gonna do? He's thinking about it. Is this I've got a king bet, or is it I bet you don't have a king bet? And SVCIO elects caution in this circumstance. I mean, with Bad Beat, not a bad idea, let's face it. I've been on the receiving end of that moniker more than once.
So it looks like we've got 13 players left, and Bad Beat has just been riding this short stack, well, relative short stack, basically in last position for quite a while. But one more elimination, we'll get down to 2 tables.
Hey, you guys there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, we've been joined by Radical Dude.
Who
Let's
is
see.
that? I'm
that-
sorry we missed your, your last
Yeah,
hand.
that was a pretty brutal hand. So I raised in position with Jack 9 of diamonds, and the flop is, I get called by King Coconuts, and flop is King 5 with 2 diamonds, and he jams all in. So I have a flush draw, and then he called me with 5. He jammed with 5-4. So they did a pair of 5s, and so of course I have to call with the
Jack
flush
high
draw.
flush draw. Yeah.
Yeah, Jack high flush draw
Well,
plus
king high flush draw, but Jack.
Well, yeah, and then he had then I had overcards as well.
Yeah, you had 2 overcards.
Yeah, but I didn't get there, so he busted me out. That was brutal. It was a pretty up and down tournament.
Yeah, you were a roller coaster in this tournament, man.
Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes. Just how I play.
It is.
That's how I play. It's how I accumulate chips, and then that's how I lose the chips, I think.
Yes, if it isn't clear, Radical Dude has joined us in the booth along with Diva-esque as well as we cover, the sort of final 3 tables, all of which are really short-handed. Radical Dude, can you take a look at... it looks like King Coconuts now has the lead with 21K in chips. I mean, we're still quite a ways away from the final table, but do either of you want to wager any predictions in terms of who we might see at the final table at this point?
I mean, look, at this point last week, I was last night, I was solidly in the middle of the pack, right? And then I came out of there to, to the final table. So I think predictions are a risky game. And you know what's weird? I'm not a gambler. I'm a sportswoman. I like poker as a mental sport, but I'm not a gambler. So I'm not taking that bet.
Fair enough. There was no money on the line. It was strictly predictions. But fair
Well,
enough.
you were,
fair enough.
as I recall, you were offering $100 earlier, but I
That
didn't
was
put
true.
it. Yeah.
That was no, but see that might have been misunderstood. That was a total free roll. I wasn't gonna bet my guess against anyone else. I was betting.
Yeah,
if
no, you're right.
anybody-
I had no downside.
That
I
was like-
should have taken
was
it,
absolutely
right?
no
Even as
downside.
a gambler, I should have
Yes,
just
yeah.
taken it, right?
That would have been your first step toward being a gambler, taking
Toward being
a
a
risk-free proposition. Yes.
All right, we got 4 cards to a straight on table 2 here, and a big bet from LW. Joe Bean says, "No way, MF. I got the 10. You don't."
It's probably a chop pot here. Yes.
I don't know. LW's a little slow. They both got the 10. They both got it. That was a little slow roll from LW there, just for dramatic effect. Making Joe Bean think maybe he was going to double up, but no.
Well, LW is I think he's playing live at a casino, to be fair. I believe that's what he's doing at the moment.
He's distracted right
Yes.
now. Yeah, okay. All right,
Yes,
which table you want, Radical Dude?
So I was just saying, to Peter's question, like of who's going to win this, I do have a prediction actually.
There you go. He's a gambler, unlike
Yeah,
me.
no, I think that the winner is going to be Judagadu. Even though I busted him with my straight flush the first time, he rebought. But I think out of the players left, and it was kind of I heard the Lee and Don is Fat too talking yesterday about like people who they thought was going to be who you don't want at a final table. And they didn't mention Judagadu. I was a little shocked at that.
Judagadu is tough. He's
a tough player.
Player.
He's a really good player, tough player, and he's my pick to win it all. Even though he's not among the leaders right now.
I mean, he has 14K. He
14K.
had a rough go of it early on. I mean, we saw he rebought pretty early, and it didn't seem like a lot was working. But yeah, he.
All right, he did. He chipping up on table 1 with that queen high flush. King Coconuts betting into the 4-card flush and he takes it down.
Radical, I would agree with you that I think Judagadu is a pretty solid bet. I mean, obviously he's like a number 3 player ever since August. He's got like 5 first places under his belt. But he is still at a pretty tough table with Tax Warrior and Speed Diddy. And I think in many ways, until they get to the final table, in a certain sense, Speed Diddy and Judagadu play, I think, very, very patiently. They can be aggressive, but they don't make mistakes. And to respond, 2 things I have to respond. Yeah, it was surprising that neither Lee nor Donis Fatu mentioned Judagadu, but that's because I think neither of them have made the final table recently enough. In like the past couple months, a lot of their scores were early on.
You guys, don't look now, but LW has taken the lead from Coconuts.
Oh.
He's at a casino too. He is at 21.9. I mean, it is early to call, but I think, I'm obviously rooting for everyone, but I think Speed Diddy and Judagadu both at the final table will make for a great matchup.
Any 2 showing Ace King, which is a good 2. He got no takers though. So,
But yeah, see, Derek admits in chat that he has no experience in Judagadu, and I think that might also have worked to Judagadu's benefit in terms of playing the tournaments, late in the year, basically in August, after basically running over the heads up sit and goes.
all right, Bad Beat now in the position of Hot Chip and Lie, just holding on with that meager stack.
He has not gone away quietly, though. I mean, he basically rebought early and has been.
He's limping in from the small blind, which is a questionable measure at any time, but especially when you got almost no chips left. Of course, if he had hit that, he would have shoved it. But let's see, he's thinking about it. No, he's out of there. Any 2 thinks his 4s are no good, and he's right, as Lee shows the 9 for top pair. First and second, Don. I forget who. Somebody put... Oh, third, too, right? 50, 30, 20 on the free roll now. Yeah, somebody put up a few extra bucks, and now we're playing... It's paying first, second, and third.
It's playing first, second, and third.
Yep, sorry.
So I didn't realize that we were allowed to play the free roll if we were playing the Master Chef.
Yeah, sure. It's just
I
a
mean,
matter of whether you
I
want to be
didn't say-
distracted or not, right?
I just felt like it was like, oh, it's for all the players who can't play.
Well, look,
I
the
didn't
Master
even
Chef's
register.
worth of a hell of a lot more money. So,
I
do you want
know,
to
but
distract yourself on the
well,
high value table with the free
well,
roll? I mean,
no, I did want it. Yeah, no, exactly. So I was like, I assumed it was for all the players who couldn't play the Master Chef, so I didn't register for it.
No, Don, I cannot multitask. Multitasking is a myth. The myth of
That's
multitasking.
assuming Donna's Fatu is actually thinks about poker,
Yikes!
makes
don't
decisions.
make him get on here.
You know what? That whole time when we were trying to get that shit working during the break, I didn't go get my wine again, you know?
We have Bad Beat at risk on table 3 and dominated with Jack 9 against Ace Jack, but he does flop a flush draw. And
He's
Bad
out.
Beat is finally vanquished on table 3. NE2 collecting his chips.
That's it. He's out. Jack 9 suited, a very respectable hand to go out on. When you're the low stack, Jack 9 suited is a good shove.
So,
I
let's-
endorse that move.
Now
We're down to
two
2 tables.
here.
We got table duplication. Also, your little talkie fish icon has disappeared.
Yeah, I took it off because there are 3 of us.
That's all right. Leave it on there. It's cute.
All right, so we are down to 2 tables now.
All right, look, the top 3 are really close in their chip stacks right now. LW, Coconuts, Lee, they're all close. SVCIO, Judagadu, Spee, Wirus, Joe Bean, all within spitting distance of another in the middle of the pack. Nobody's going anywhere anytime soon. Unless we get some big hands. Unless we get the clash of coolers here.
Yeah, actually, though, I think the that table redistribution actually benefits Speed Diddy and Judagadu as, they were the 2 top-ranked players remaining, and now they both have similar chip stacks, both at about 13K,
very
and now
close.
they're on separate tables.
And they've both got other players with chips that they can try to take, right?
Yeah, and, I'm looking at the distribution of the players. This is kind of, let's see, table 2, in terms of, aggressive or maybe unpredictable players, I mean, we do have SVCIO, who, as I said earlier, is going to be very difficult for anybody to ring chips from, and he's basically just going to have to run bad. Otherwise, I would be willing to bet that he makes it to the final table, even though there are 12 left. I don't know how many chips he'll have, but I would not be surprised if he makes it to the final
what?
table.
I'm surprised to see Ace Hole as low as he is. I haven't been focused on him, and he's dropped down significantly. But he's a tough player, so I wouldn't count him out yet.
Yeah, we haven't, obviously, we've been somewhat distracted from the play, but Ace also plays, I think a game similar, or I shouldn't say a game, but he's comfortable with chip fluctuations, as is Judagadu, as is, obviously Radical Dude. You unfortunately were eliminated.
Yep.
I mean, they're down to play big pots, and if you're down to play big pots, that means you're obviously going to have big swings. Sometimes you're going to be wrong, sometimes you're going to get bad beated. But, he still has over 20 bigs left. So again,
Wow,
this is just part of the ride.
Spee and Lee on table 2, and I thought it was going to be no Clash of Titans, but then Lee promptly throws in a pot-sized bet. Yeah.
Lee always seems to bet pot. I have never seen him bet for value. It's just it's always pot.
Yeah,
Whether he's
Picado Ray
bluffing-
is actually very similar to that as well,
Yeah.
based on my observations.
I'm going to be honest with you. Lately, I've taken up that tack as well, and I know another guy in my Thursday night tourney who does that. He just bets pot. He really puts everybody to the test that way. It can be a very effective strategy.
Yeah, it's like whether he has it or whether I mean, as long as he's I guess betting the same, whether he's bluffing or whether he actually has it.
Exactly. Yeah. And of course, when you've got a lot of chips, it's easier to pursue that strategy.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't do it with the real short stack, or it's hard to do it with the real short stack. All right, we got the paired board here on table 2. We got 3 players in there, and nobody betting. See what's Coconut's gonna do. Yeah, 2/3 pot. The evil 666 makes its appearance. What will At Home do? Oh, it's fold from everybody. Yeah, the Satan bet takes it down. I'm just being silly. I don't know.
We got Jutagadu involved in a multi-way pod here with Tax Warrior and Javine on table 2 on the right. This is kind of a critical pod for him. He's out of position. We'll have to see if he continues. Javine also thinking about this.
Ooh, big flop here with an ace queen 5 rainbow, and they both check. Big pot though. Checking for pot control or what's going on here? Just deceptive behavior by Lee, trying to get any 2 to put his last few precious chips in. Oh, there they are. No, and that, wow, any 2 really chips up there. Nice job, man. He goes from last to, let's see, where's he end up after that? He moved up to 2 places with that putt. Alright, what are our blinds now? 300.
Yeah, Radical, I still agree with your earlier prediction of Jutagadu making to the final table, but I think based on not necessarily the players, but the composition of both tables, Jutagadu I think is gonna have a tougher time chipping up on table 2 with his play style, especially with Tax Warrior having position on him, as she can be somewhat sticky, and I know Jutagadu likes to put a lot of pressure on people and value bet and sometimes bet thin, but Tax Warrior is definitely more on the calling side. Yeah, and LW, I can just see LW just sitting there nursing his stack and getting to the final table as well. Jutagadu has his work cut out for him. Like, he can do it, but this is not an ideal position or lineup.
Yeah, I see. I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, Lori, Tex Warrior, very sticky. She's not like,
as
that.
I said,
Damn.
snap calls in there. Oh, with Jax. Oh! And Jutagadu goes down.
Oh no, she hits the jack on the river. Oh shit.
Wow.
Oh man, I gotta start observing that table. How do I do
He
that?
got it in. I mean, he got it in good against Lori, but she got lucky. And she snap called it with Jacks with a queen on the board and 2 10s.
I mean, we were describing it like that's a tough table, and he's got Tax Warrior, after him. Obviously that's a great situation.
Right, nice job. Lori's the chip leader now. Lori is now the chip leader. Go girl, go! Yes! That's what I want to see. Woohoo! Sorry, got a little partisanship there for a second.
So yes, Tax Warrior does have the lead. Lori has the lead by about maybe like 700 chips, but she is at the same table with the number 2 chip leader of LW. So we'll have to see if
and she's already beaten Ace Queen with Ace King once tonight, so she's already eliminated that nightmare scenario.
She's certainly on a good luck run right now, for sure. I mean, hitting that jack on the river, a 2-outer.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I'm not sure if Jutagadu agrees with you, but it does make her good entertainment, and it did propel Tax Warrior to a current chip lead. But there have been so many chip leaders.
Well, yeah, it's a good point. I won't be so partisan. Although you guys were rooting for me last night, which I appreciated.
Of course. I'm always rooting for a good narrative.
Exactly. Root for the story. Ooh, look at this drive.
But who we also have in the top 3 is Rebuy Lee, who has in fact rebought this game, this tournament, but has used it to his advantage.
Of the remaining 11 players, 5 of them have rebought, so that's not exactly unlikely at this point.
Actually, let's take a look at. So I was actually fairly close in terms of the guarantee. So yes, first place looks like it's paying out $12.75. But looking at it,
Nice.
I'll just go ahead. I'll add $125 to first. So what? It's gonna pay out like $1,400. So $1,400 for first place. For those who's playing and still watching the stream. And let's see. Oh, and why not? I'll just add 35 to second as well. So second will be 800. And first, what is it? It's gonna be 1,400, and then whatever. Third is good at 510. So that's a pretty great haul. We still have a ways to go.
Right,
Though.
Lori's still up there in first. We got 3 players with more than 20k chips: LW, King Coconuts, and Tax Warrior. And right on their heels is Lee. He's just a little bit behind that. And then we drop down to Wyrus. not too far behind. And there's a little bit of a gap with Joe Bean, SVCIO, Sv Diddy patiently looking for their opportunities in the middle pack. And then we got any2 at home and Ace Hole at the bottom. And
Ace Hole has like 3,500 chips.
yeah, he's down to 10 big blinds, or what is it, 7.5 in this when it's big blind ante with the calculation there. So
He's got a tough spot here. I mean, there's nobody on
Tax
that
Warrior is
table.
definitely calling him here on table 2.
Okay, Ace Hole's all in.
I'm
Nope.
incorrect.
And,
I'm very surprised.
yeah.
Tax Warrior
Nope.
min-raise folds there. I mean, that actually speaks a lot. I think both to her range and her game plan there. Because she clearly had her hand.
Unlike me, she's not calling even if it's like.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, if you're at that table and you observe Tax Warrior making a min open and then snap folding when Ace Hole 3-bet, she didn't even think about it. That to me is indicative that she might be opening somewhat light. Like, is that perhaps like a weak ace? I feel like she's probably calling many pocket
I think she's got a
Thanks
call
for
with the
your
weak
comments in chat, man. We had you picked for the final table up until that 2-outer or 1-outer. Yeah. I feel your pain. I was there last night, man.
2.4%.
And I love how diehard, that's Rich Majeski, is still watching and calculating the percentages. But GG Rich, thanks for tuning in on the Twitch chat. And for those of you still in, does anyone? I mean, Judagadu's out. Does anyone want to pick favorites for those of you still watching? I mean, I know it's still very early. I'm trying to, looking at the tables, I'm still going to go with Speed Diddy making it to the final table. I think SVCIO, man, this is tough. I think his playstyle, especially at this table, I think he has a good chance of making it. King Coconuts is rough. He can be kind of a volatile player. I think similar to Ace Hole. Yeah, so I mean, he obviously is, him and Lee, I think both have obviously a shot of making it, but
Ace Hole's all in with a 3x raise from LW, and he folds. There it is. All right. LW blanked.
I was saying earlier that I thought Ace Hole would be in trouble here because of all these big stacks on his table.
No, he's the most aggressive player on that table.
Yeah, but the aggression works a lot more when you are not necessarily the short stack. I mean, he does have enough to hurt them. He still has it's like a third of their stack.
He's still got fold equity. Yeah, he's still got fold equity.
But it looks like Judagadu in chat says he has his money on Spee, as well. But, the remaining players, a lot of them are just going to hang tough. Like, At Home 20 is, almost, I feel like, a SVCIO junior, almost. I think he might play a slightly wider range, but he's going to sit there and play very patiently and not make a lot of mistakes, and then just hope for the timely double up. Whereas, on table 1, King Coconuts and Lee's Ride are probably, and along with any 2, this is going to be a very volatile table, actually, on table 1. Whereas I think table 2 is going to be a little bit more stable unless Ace Hole, manages to double up with 10K.
Now, Pepito, on stream, you've got numbers on the tables that are different than the ones you're saying. You're consistently saying them the other way. So I wonder if you're...
I need to switch it. Hold on, I forgot to do that. Thanks. Let me switch those on mine. Thanks. All right. Yeah, I meant to make a note of that to verify that. All right, so they are switched. So yes, on table 2 on the right, I think is actually the slightly more volatile table with King Coconuts and Lee's Ride.
Well, you got 2 players there in the in the 10 to 20 big blind range who are going to be shoving, right? You got two possible snapping turtles there.
Although I don't think At Home 20 is going to jam that light. And from what I've seen from any 2, I don't think they're just going to, just jam willy-nilly.
They're not just going to get it in there.
I mean, as I said... go ahead.
At Home is a kind of a very tight player, right? He's going to play only, premium cards here to jam.
Yeah, but he can't wait too long. I mean, once he's got no more fold equity, I mean, even with premium cards, the big stack will call him at 40%, and then off he goes, right?
I agree with you, but that's just how he plays.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, but that's why I'm sitting here with you.
Yeah, I'm not in the tourney, so I can comment all day long, right? I didn't make it.
No. I could. Well, I had a big chip stack of 26K. I could have sat on that for a while, but that's just not how I play.
Yeah, no,
So,
I'm with you,
yeah.
man. I'm with you.
Yeah, I think that I agree with Jetagadu. I think that right now it's Speed Diddy's tournament, and he's
You guys are underestimating Lori, I think.
No, I
don't
think
grab it yet.
on table one, what I think is very likely to happen on table one is, I mean, Tex Warrior, if she continues to play well, which I think she will, and runs good, she'll go into the final table with a lot of momentum. But I think what I'm a little bit worried about for her here is that Jovine and Wyris both play, like, and LW, they all play, like, pretty patiently. And Tex Warrior sort of built up that stack both in terms of like calling sort of light. Like don't forget she got in there by eliminating Jetagadu with her pocket jacks as a
Right, which
queen
she
on
did
the
hit
board.
with that lucky
Um,
jack there.
and
Yeah.
there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. Like she went with her read, but I don't think like Jobin or Wyris are going to find themselves in those similar situations. So if Tax Warrior continues to run good,
Speed just busted. Who did he
who
just
did he
bust?
bust? Let's take a look.
Who just busted?
Oh wait, it's NE2.
Yeah,
NE2
NE2.
is out. All right, Speed chipping up with the help of NE2. Okay, man.
My
Evans,
dark
all in.
horse on table one. Man. So wait, hold on. There are what 10 people left. So 4 people are going to be eliminated before we get to the final table. Oh man, that's really tough to sort of like puzzle this out. I mean, Wyris hangs around a lot. As I sort of said in the pre-show, he has the most in the money finishes out of everyone. Like even though he's ranked 8th, he has the most in the money finishes. So he hangs around. Jovin hangs around, and so does LW. So Tax Warrior, if she runs good, she'll be able to like chip up through them. But if she makes a mistake, she may play into Jobin and Wyris's general game plan. And then Acel is kind of a wild card. I wonder if he's still drinking. But he is down to 3.3, and at home 20 is also at risk here. Oh, hold on, I just got a text. Somebody's asking if there's any way they can watch this. So let me send out the link.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Wyris is a good, solid player. I think that he just hasn't been able to like do that final thing about winning a tournament or getting very deeper beyond making the final table.
Yeah,
He can-
I mean, everyone, I'll admit this, as someone that runs a club, I often get text messages of like bad beats or people running bad or questioning whether or not the random number generator is legitimate.
Yeah, that drives everybody crazy.
But I think for Wyris, and I've had conversations with him, and he recognized that he plays fairly on the tight side. Speaking of which, he is facing a 3-bet off the small blind.
He just took a big patch of chips off of somebody.
with the set of queens. Lee just had a set of queens there. He flopped it.
Nice. It looks like, was it maybe off of Speed Diddy? Speed Diddy looks like he's down to 13.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Lee's on top now.
Oh, we've got 3-bet pot brewing on table 1 between Jobin and Wyris. Jobin being the 3-better out of the small blind. Will he continue on this ace-high flop?
And the ace hits, so.
He opts for a very small down bet of 1.6. And here it is, two, very conservative, cautious players, and Wyris gives it up.
Good enough.
I mean, I think those are one of those spots where if you're Wyris, does Jobin have an ace there? If Jobin had an ace, would he bet so small? And, those are the spots where you pull the trigger and hope he doesn't have an ace and that your image pays off. Speaking of which, 3-bet isolates ace holes all in. Ace hole at risk here, but still needing to go through LW and Tax Warrior. All right, we've got a dominated ace-8 with the king on the flop.
No, hearts are not a factor.
It looks like ace hole is out here.
Oh no, he hits a straight on the river.
Oh, on the river! Wow. Straight on the river with
I
four hearts
mean,
on the
Wires,
board.
I was saying earlier, he always texts me about bad beats.
Dirty is
But
right,
that
man. There, have
was
another drink, asshole.
Would be
that was
another bad beat.
that was pretty bad. That was definitely not the run out I want to see after saying like, everybody gets bad beats. But you know, Wires thankfully has a pretty tough chin, and I'm sure he's gnashing his teeth. But he still has 6.6K. So let's see, where does that put him? He's an eighth. He's an eighth at the
That Flying
moment.
Pig is complaining about the generator. Of all people to complain about it, the man who's benefited from it more than anybody else.
Yikes! I'll stay out of that debate. I will stay out of that debate. In terms
Well,
of-
He's
they are
calling it the ring
certified.
number generator. Come on.
They
I mean,
are
the guy-
certified by iTech Labs, as are many of the online.
Anyone who's benefited
sites.
from that generator, it's more than FFP, more than anybody. Believe me, I've lost many pots against him when I was ahead.
Oh yeah,
I
we have another grudge match brewing. And for those of you, we have a few new viewers. For those of you who joined us, this is Peppy Toes. I'm joined by Diva-esque and Radical Dude, providing commentary right now for the final two tables of the Master Chef Invitational. And right now, at the top of the leaderboard, this would make for a very, very interesting final table if they both make it, because they have similar unorthodox playstyles. We have Lee's Ride in first and Tax Warrior in second, both at separate tables. Yes, and Lyra says, so fucking lame, I'm used to it. But you're still in. You're still in. 10 other people are not still in.
All right, pig.
FFP is getting there and saying,
He's-
I outplayed me in every hand. Yeah.
FFP is getting down with you in chat,
He's-
man.
He wants me as my target. Well, I said, get in line, dude. Everybody wants me as your target. It's like,
All right, Ace Hole is patiently playing here, and he's, up about 2/3 from where he started a few minutes ago. He may have had a lot to drink earlier, but he's not playing impulsively.
Now, as I said, table 1 on the left is going to be a pretty stable table, unless you're going to see, like coolers are set up similar to that Ace King versus Ace 8. I don't see anybody busting from table 1 anytime soon, whereas table 2, obviously at home 20 is at risk with 2.1.
Yeah, at home is.
There's
called.
with King Coconuts and Lee's Ride at the table, and Speed Diddy, who is not afraid to make the hero calls. I'm willing to bet we're gonna see at least two
And Wybers
eliminations.
is all in.
Two eliminations on
Wybers is
table
all
2.
in on the flop here on table 1, and he gets a fold from Lori. And is at home with less than half a hot pot behind, put to the test by Lee on table 2.
it was a little surprising at home called there and not jamming on the
Yeah.
flop. I mean,
Yeah.
a pre-flop.
Agreed.
Well, I mean, he plays, as I said, very carefully. Like I said, very similar to SBCIO. But Lee's Ride now with 32K is gonna be very dangerous. Lee with chips. I think in certain ways,
A
not
lot of
completely, but it's
pot-sized bets.
is usually as aggressive as Juddy God and Picada Ray, actually. I think with a lot of chips, Lee will put a lot of pressure on people, and make these pot-sized bets.
At home has
bad.
no fold equity now.
That is true. He has painted himself in the corner here with essentially, what is it, like 5 bigs. Is he debating whether or not to take a stand here? This is where he's taking his stand. SVCIO gets out of the way, and they're going to go heads up. It's a coin flip.
It's a risk. Oh,
He
it's set on
calls. Oh, here we go.
He knows what he's doing.
Oh, sits the set on the flop. That's it.
Oh, it was one outer. King Coconut shows a 5. That's so insane. A one outer.
Well, he was ahead.
He was ahead
Well,
3.
yeah.
It was a coin flip.
He was ahead free, yes.
All right, I'm going to get my bottle of wine. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Dom, if I had to guess, I think we're going to see... Wait, how many people are left? 10, I said. So there need to be 4 more eliminations before we get to the final table. Is it going to be 2 and
Predictions.
2?
Donis Fat 2 is predicting Laurie will win it all.
That's an interesting prediction. Aspirational. I can see it happening. I mean, actually, I think a Tax Warrior versus Lee's Ride heads-up duel would be amazing.
I think I think certainly Lori can make it to the final table. Whether she can actually pull it and win it, I mean, there is an art form to winning it. Getting heads up and winning it.
And yes, you can finally say that as you finally took down your first
Yes,
place.
and therefore I know how hard it is. Heads up.
Yeah, I mean, we should be talking about the profile of these players in heads-up play here, thinking about it, right?
It is. There is a big art form for it. I was glad when you shared the year in review and to remind me once again when I blew a 25-1 chip.
That was pretty incredible. But wait, hey, actually, really quickly here, just because I made this quick graphic, let's take a look at this, and hopefully we won't miss any action here. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it here? Here it is. Let's see how this looks.
How many of the people who are left have finished first in a tournament?
Yeah, so here we go. We can't see the action here, but according to this, so Tax Warrior has made 4 final tables and has finished in first once. Whereas you look at someone like Speed Diddy, who has made 13 final tables, and almost half the time he's closed it out. And like the only people sort of like close to that sort of closeout percentage would be Fakata Ray and Judigadu, and they're both out. Whereas yes, as you just noted,
well, look at Ace Hole's got 3 first places out of 6.
Right, but notably, he out of everybody in the top 20, he has, or at least in the top 12, he's made the final table only 5 times. But each time he's made it that far, he's been a danger. Yeah, and he's finished 3 times.
He's got a big deficit with only 8 big points left, but if he could get there...
40% that's pretty good.
Yeah, but again, his chances of reaching the final table, I mean, I don't know how many tournaments he's played, right? But when he gets there, he's gotten the job done, whereas Lori, at least at the moment, is definitely, punching above her weight. So if she can continue, we'll have to see.
So we've got Coconuts with no first place finish.
Yeah, as I said, he can be very volatile, and I from what I've seen, I like that time he finished in second twice.
At home with no, those are the only 2, right? Just Coconuts and At Home are the only ones who've never taken it down.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Of the remaining players.
Yeah. So based on these numbers, if Speed makes it to the final table, he's only at 9,000 chips. Yeah, he knows how to finish it, and he's also very good at managing his chip stack. I mean, he's used to going up and down and not blowing up the stack. So we'll keep an eye on that. All right, let's get back to the action here.
Well, looking at your numbers, like at least Wirus has a worse percentage than I do.
Okay, Ace Hole's all in. Here we go.
I guess King Coconuts is actually worse too.
All in on the button. He's back to 8 big.
1 out of 12 versus 1 out of 10, and Coconuts has not made any.
Pathline Pig, it would be way too much work for me to mark down every tournament that everybody played, especially with the tournaments now averaging like 50 players. Although I might be working with Fakata Ray to actually scrape some of this data like automatically rather than doing it by hand, which I actually enjoy doing, but it is a little time consuming.
Is there a way to do it like by electronically?
Well, there are some of the poker trackers that.
And we got SVCIO at risk here with Lee's Ride. Lee's Ride eliminates SVCIO with Queen 10 of Hearts. And the Snapping Turtle gets de-shelled. And Lee's Ride now with 42k in chips. Is that a commanding chip lead at this point? Let's see.
Yeah, it's pretty commanding.
Pretty close. I mean, you still have a lot of turns to go, but relative, I mean, Tax Warrior's in second with 26k. And Lee's Ride immediately sent me that hand in text. I love it. He's all over it.
Yeah, that was a brutal hand for Jerry.
Chris is all in, and Tax folds. These guys over here on table 1 are just taking small nips at attacks.
So it looks like we have 9 left. So 3 more before we reach the final table. We have an all-in with Jacks versus Ace Jack. This might be Ace Hole's last stand.
Is the Ace gonna come?
No. So we say goodbye to Ace Hole 101.
Good game, man.
Good game, Ace Hole. Drink some water if you need it.
Yep.
So LW, he normally watches the Twitch, but as I said, I think he might be at a casino gambling or playing live at the moment. So we may not be able to get any sort of real-time commentary from him. But so far, so good. He's pulled to even in chips with Tax Warrior. Speed Diddy all in now on table 2 for about 8 bigs. He's got to be a little bit scared with Lee behind, as Lee's ride is definitely willing, I think, to call pre on the letter side, especially if he's.
LW is watching. He's in chat saying he's.
Oh, also you are watching. Welcome to Twitch. I'm glad you've been here, LW. Hanging in there.
He could do all three. He had a casino, play poker.
I'm surprised. Is he not? I wonder if he's playing open face too. I would not be surprised if he's playing open
cards
face.
straight and 2 flushes. Brewing on table 1.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that is a
There
run out.
it is. Holy cow.
Spee and at home competing for the lowest chip stack here.
Oh boy. LW.
The min
I believe
raise.
in it.
The scary min raise.
That's a big raise for this point of the game. Those chips are very valuable. He knew. Joe Bean didn't have an 8.
Or a heart. A flush could have been there as well. But Speed Diddy and Wirus now both at risk, along with at home. So we're looking at, let's see, potential final table of, let's see, one of them is going to probably just squeak in there. King Coconuts. Yeah.
We're down to 8.
Oh, Coconuts is all in. Look at this. Lee thinking about it. Nope.
Coconuts does that. He could have been on a draw there very easily.
Yeah, he's actually been, I think, surprisingly more tame on this table than I would have guessed. All right, Speed Diddy all in. Lee's ride, I mean, be shocking. Oh, man, if at home makes this a 3-way pot, a little bit dicey there for Speed. Speed is at risk here with Ace-Jack. It's a coin flip. Not a great flop for him. Speed Diddy may be out, and Lee's ride eliminates the player of the year, Speed Diddy, with pocket 4s, and now chips up to 53k chips.
And we're on the final table bubble, friends. Here we go.
I think everyone I predicted has been busted out here, so maybe the kiss of death.
Wirus and at home, both just trying to hold on and
Right.
the last man out for the final table.
Do I dare suggest that Lee's going to win this thing?
You're terrible. But GG, Speed Diddy. If he's not watching now, I know he generally watches the replay. You hung in there pretty tough. It's obviously the toughest field you're going to play all year. And actually, speaking of that,
All in.
Wirus 3 bets all in. I think the only... Oh,
And he
let's-
gets the
All by
call.
Laurie.
Oh,
Oops,
9
race.
versus the 8-10. It's a race.
Oh,
Diamond's
diamonds.
a factor.
Nope.
But the 9s hold.
Laurie's on an incredible run right now.
That's it.
All right, we are at
We
the
made the
final
final
table.
table, friends.
Oops.
Congratulations to the 2021 MasterChef
Then-
final tablists.
And look at that. Tay somehow made it. At home 20 made it to the final table.
Don't say somehow. He's. I mean, that's his strategy, and he's
That's
sticking
the
to
thing,
it.
yeah.
You just gotta
somehow
wait for
gets
pocket 4s and then flop a
Yeah,
set.
let's see. Okay, what's in the money here is 3, so he's got to keep limping along until 3rd place and see if he can get in the
He
money.
somehow always gets there. I mean,
Well, these other guys are going to try to win, right? They're not gonna screw around. They're gonna try to win, and he might be able to sneak into the money though.
yes, that's correct. I mean, I think that Lee certainly will be trying to win. I know him. King Coconuts is certainly playing like he's trying to win.
Yes, agreed. I mean, Joe Bean's just kind of.
Oh, a jam.
Oh, squeeze. Here we go. Squeeze on the button. Oh, he gets the call from Lee. What's gonna happen? Yeah.
Oh, wow. Really, Lee? Ace 8?
Ings. Give us a heart. Oh, no sweat.
Nope.
So at home, patiently waiting for the kings and gets rewarded with a double up to 13.7 and some free beers.
That's a really loose call by Lee there, Ace 8, especially with players behind.
What's interesting about this final table composition, and I think it actually speaks to sort of the level of play and like the ability of people to chip up early. The highest ranked player here, who is it? It might be Lee's Ride. I think Lee's Ride is the highest ranked player at this final table, and he's ranked in 10th. So none of the other higher ranked players were able to make it to this final table, which again I think that speaks to the high level of play in terms of not being able to perhaps chip up as easily in the early stages. Yeah, so let's see an At Home who is ranked 20 is hanging in there and has made the final table.
I mean, it tells you that, RNG does remain a factor, right? It's, the second 10. It's the night for the second 10. And by RNG, I don't mean it's rigged.
Yes, you're talking about the variance, yes.
Right, variance remains a factor. Thank you, a better choice of word.
And also,
jam by Gobi.
Oh boy, here we go. Look at this.
A raised by King Coconuts and a jam.
Yeah, coconuts with a.
In the big blind, from the big blind.
4K on the button.
It was a good squeeze situation if that's what's happening here.
Coconuts has got to worry about. Oh no, Warrior's out. Never mind. Oh, he's taking a long time thinking of it. He's using up all his time banks.
Well, there was a limp by Lee, and then he raised, and then Joe Bean jammed here.
Yeah.
So.
Oh wait, now that we're at the final table, Dom, I don't know. Can the both of you watch this in real time so there's not a delay?
I can. I'm on my app.
Yeah. Can you?
Yeah,
Can you switch? All right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep, I am.
And also have it on my big screen TV, the Twitch screen.
In terms of like table breakdowns, I think in terms of like action or sticky players, it's pretty good. Like King Coconuts is honestly liable to sort of detonate at any time, and as we've seen, Lee is willing to make some pretty loose calls free, and so is Tax Warrior. And then on the other side, we've got LW, Joe Bean, and clearly At Home 20, who's on the other side of the spectrum in terms of just playing tight. So we actually have a pretty fairly distributed, fair distribution of playstyles at this final table.
I mean, I think Tax has been playing pretty tight tonight. She's been shoved on and folded at least.
Oh, a jam on Lee there. Interesting.
You may be right that Tax Warrior has been playing on the tighter side, but her tighter side compared to perhaps At Home 20's tighter side is probably the relative difference that I'm speaking to.
Big difference.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And again, I'm not judging one way or the other in terms of playstyles or how people play, more in terms of just comparing and how that dynamic is going to sort of play out at this final table.
Yeah. Well, I'm just noting that she was the chip leader and was shoved on by a small stack 5 or 6 times. She folded it, right? So.
Yeah.
So on one hand, correct, shows discipline. On the other hand, pre-flop probably reflecting that she's playing a little bit looser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She does that. She's got a very wide range, and she likes to limp a lot too, with her range.
Well, limping is all the fad these days, right? I mean, it used to be, don't play unless you're coming in with the raise, and now, like in these tournaments, you see a lot of limping in the later stages.
I see that. I don't like it, but I see it.
Yeah.
I think it's very bad play. I mean, that's just my view.
I'm not rigid in my thinking about it, it's...
I think that there are times to limp, when you're short-handed, you can miss the button. But
big bet from Lee.
Lee, Mr. Overbet.
He's got some kind of something that he doesn't want to pull out into a flush.
Wow.
He gets the call. Oh!
Lee was trying to bet for value there.
No.
I think Lee was betting for protection there. I mean, that's basically that's like the Picada race style there of, I'm pretty sure I have the best hand, and I'm just going to cram it in there and make you pay for a draw. But At Home there taking his time, and now At Home has 30.3K. It's taken a large chunk.
Always has it.
Yeah.
Anytime he shows his cards, he always has it. That's
He does
what
not make it. He does not make. I think out of everybody at this table, he's gonna make the least mistakes, for better or for worse, because that
Yeah.
also leads to a relatively tight play. And you need to sort of rely on having good cards and kind of setups, but he is not going to make any mistakes.
No, that's correct. He doesn't. I mean, you can get him to fold. You can bluff him, but if he's showing his cards, he's got it. It's
And
like-
he's all right folding,
Yeah.
knowing that when he has it, he's still going to get paid off. And so far, that strategy has worked for him tonight. He's now worked himself from bottom of the pack to second place. He's now second in chips.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Very impressive comeback.
and doing it against Lee, who had position on him.
Yeah, so despite that misstep by Lee, actually, so at home 20 took 2 pots off of Lee. First one he was at risk as a short stack, and then just that last one as well. And Lee is still in the lead with 45.1k, but he is starting to bleed chips here. Will he make the adjustments, or is he going to continue to have the pedal to the metal here? Speaking of getting shoved on, Tax Warrior opts to fold again. Probably wise. I will say it is very interesting, a little bit sad, but also somewhat refreshing to not see Speed Diddy, Picatore, or Judagadu at this final table. It's actually quite surprising. Especially given this is the Master Chef Invitational, the time to shine. So the outside the top 10 ranked players showing that they've got the skills
Is
complete.
that a deceptive
Well, part of
check,
it,
or was it a real check? Oh, it was a real check.
part of it is
I was
also
gonna be
like your
very excited.
table draw. I mean, both Jadagadu and Picatore ended up on my table, and with Laurie, it was a hard table for sure. And I was on this incredible run at the beginning. I was just lucky and hitting cards, and also, putting them to the test.
Oh, absolutely. No, that table alone is definitely a table of death. Table of Dom.
Yeah, yeah. For a while until I got moved. Once I got moved, it went downhill from there. But yeah, I was taking advantage against both Picata and Jadagadu at that table.
Min raise and the cutoff gets it done for tax. So Pepitos, are we going to be able to get together in person in 2022? Do you think? What are your
I
thoughts?
definitely yes. Wait, are you talking about me and you specifically, or are you talking about society, or are you talking about the fish fry?
I'm talking about the fish fry, man. I'm talking about the fish fry.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to make a prediction, although man, World Series of Poker is going to be in June. Even if I don't think things are ever going to be quote unquote normal at 100% anytime soon, but. By the time June rolls around, things will be safe enough, and I think people are going to be tired enough at that point that they're not going to want to miss the World Series of Poker again.
Yeah, I think people are already tired, man.
Yeah.
And also, it kind of looks like Omicron is much less deadly.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
so,
what it looks like.
it's clearly highly transmissible.
Right.
The number of deaths is going down, even while the caseload is going out
Yep.
of this world, right? So
And
we
just
may be at that moment where it's becoming an acceptable level of risk.
Mhm.
Yeah, for better or for worse, I think I passed that threshold quite a while ago, given that Joey and I were flying back and forth for the World Series 3 or 4 times in November. But yeah, I see that trend happening in June. So at the very least, at the latest June, I'm sure I'm going to have home games again. And I know friends of mine are already having home games. Oh, we got a check raise from LW. But yeah, there's a very high chance that there will be more fish fry meetups in the coming months of 2022.
Well, we should all sit
Yeah, that's
around
not
in
bad.
person playing the Saturday night tourney. We could play it on our phones, but we could all do it in person.
Yeah, we should
together.
go to a bar or a restaurant. That would be that would actually be great.
It'd be fun. We don't need to hire dealers. We can
Yeah.
still use our apps, right?
Yes.
We're sitting there staring at each other before we push the buttons, right?
Yes, that actually would be a pretty great free roll. I should do a free roll where you just have to show up and we'll just drink at a restaurant, all on our phones. I think that would actually make for a pretty fascinating
That would be
social
hilarious.
gathering. Yes.
Yeah, that would be super
well.
fun.
Correct. That's the restaurant's Wi-Fi.
But Dimas, you're in SF, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dom.
So our people in Southern Cal, NorCal, other places? Where are most people in the club?
I think the majority of people are in the Bay Area. I mean, it's tougher now that the club has just gotten much larger, so it's harder for me to keep track. But I'd say probably at least half are in the Bay Area or Northern California, if I'm going to include Sacramento as well. And then maybe like 20% in Southern California, but there are people as far as like the East Coast, like King Coconuts. I believe he's in Pennsylvania. Tax Warrior is in. She's down a little bit south.
Monterey.
Monterey. That's correct.
Yep.
Jovine is a little
If we
bit
do it
farther
later.
north. Oh, go ahead.
If we do, no, I was just gonna say if we do it later in the year after my 2 kids go off to college, I can host a couple of our outer town players at my house.
Oh, nice. So there's light at the end of the tunnel for you.
Yeah.
Well, Dom, Radical Dude is retiring soon too, and you've been,
Yes.
promising to host games at your house. Dom lives in
Yeah.
the Mission. And,
I live in the Mission in San Francisco and have a nice poker table, a big blind online BBO poker table.
Nice, yeah, which I played on. So that should
Yeah.
happen soon. Especially, Lipo is living in the Mission too. Have you hung out with him?
I've heard that he is here, but I just the only time I saw him was at Ian's funeral.
Oh, right.
So, but I actually haven't had him. But we'll have people over here very soon, I hope.
Right. Well, I will probably. I mean, I've been really busy the last 2 months. I'll
Oh,
probably
man.
organize more dinners. I've had a few like fish fry dinners, which have been great.
Yeah, it would be nice. Maybe we could organize a dinner and then poker. That might be a nice thing to
I've
do
got
too.
one of those big neoprene sleeves for my big
Okay.
round table, right?
Oh.
And usually when my friends come over, we play on that. It makes up for a very nice poker table, actually. So, it's not as nice as those BBO ones.
Yeah, the BBO one. Well, there's a story with that BBO poker table. I actually won a tournament in Vegas and used my winnings to pay for that. That was.
Oh, I remember that. Yes. I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah.
I finished first in a Venetian tournament. Many, 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 many years ago.
Oh, hey, it
now
looks like that's
we gotta
Arcady.
see
You
it
know
live.
Arcady,
Who is
right?
that?
My mom
Which is
lied. That's
Arcady?
Arcady Glazman. Hey, Arcady, what's up?
How come Arcady doesn't play on the fish fry?
That's a good question. I'll let him answer. I know he.
I mean,
forgot
if
what
he's
he
got
said.
the tolerance for ACR, he could surely play with the fish fry. I mean, there's so many bots on ACR. Oh my god.
Yeah, come on, Arcady. What the heck?
I mean, no, I don't ever make pitches. If people want to play at the fish fry, that's great. I'm never gonna twist anyone's arm, but I will say, at least definitely returns. There's no rakes on the tournament, and you're playing a closed pool of people, and I mean, I think it's probably one of the safest places to play, and the value I think of the tournaments are actually pretty high. Now that they're
Very high.
approaching 1K for first, for 3-4 hours on a Saturday night.
For-
Yeah.
I mean, I've been recruiting my
For
friends.
$50 for a $50 tournament, I mean, the return on investment is incredible. You're not going to get that.
Oh, here he's saying he doesn't like the phone.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
now Arcady.
Get an iPad.
Okay. No. Better yet, just get the BlueStack emulator on your PC. You can get the BlueStack emulator.
Take some of your
And then-
freaking winnings on ACR and buy a freaking iPad.
All right, let's not berate the audience. First time chatter. I know we know it.
Also,
But, geez.
Android is going to be built in, to Windows 11, so pretty soon it'll be
I
running
don't care
native
about your
to
shark scope,
Windows.
Arcady. Just freaking buy a freaking iPad. I know how you play. I've played it against you many times.
Oh man, all right. Well,
Radical
welcome-
Dude has
welcome.
strong feelings about this, and you can listen to him if you want by now.
Well, I know
Or
Arcady very well. Arcady
You
is
must have a
regular.
PC because you're playing ACR, so just get BlueStacks. No, Don. Don, I thought you went to bed. I'm on my last glass of this bottle, man. I mean, I was gonna say something, but I thought you went to bed.
All right,
Yeah.
quickly on the emulator. I run Nox. Yeah, I thought BlueStack stopped
It's not.
working, but I run Nox.
Yeah,
BlueStacks is
it
working
doesn't work
fine for
Oh
me.
wow. All right.
All right, action
Just don't
started.
update
Here we
it.
go.
Thank you for dropping in, Arcady. Stick around if you want. We are at the final table here, and Don is fat too. I'm glad you are still up and drinking wine.
You just won 8.7K, Arcady. on a tournament, you have more than enough money to buy an iPad to join us.
Get the emulator. Don't
Get the
listen.
emulator. Get the emulator
Whining
for
about
free
the
if you want to
fucking
play on your.
iPad, just get the emulator,
If you want,
okay?
yeah.
And come back and play with us. You know, we good players. Woo! Look at this exciting board. Oh, I got bopped out of the free roll on a board like this earlier. Full house versus a straight. Coconuts is thinking about it. LW is sitting there waiting patiently for Coconuts to make his decision. They both check.
Oh, they were both on that flush draw.
Bottom end of the straight and the top end of the straight.
Hey, Rich, are you still flying back and forth from Vegas? I know I think Joey's actually flying out to Vegas in like 2 weeks. COVID be damned.
In 2 weeks.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if Rich is.
I'm planning to go there in March for sure.
Did you guys see that like Thunder Valley's hosting a WSOP circuit tourney in January? I was kind of thinking about going to that.
Yeah, I have a feeling a number of Fish Fry players are going to be playing that. I know Joey was thinking about it as well. Like, she took a small break after WSOP. She felt a little bit burnt out.
Yeah.
But I know she was considering that tournament as well.
I've never been up there, but it's close enough to just go and like...
Ooh, LW with the aces.
Goes the bullets.
This is a pretty tough final table. I know King Coconuts is down to 8.6, but this is still anyone's
Still 10
game
big
here.
blinds. Still 10 big blinds. Nobody's going anywhere anytime soon. They're patiently playing. The Master Chef is clearly a moniker to be desired. I mean, these players are playing as hard as they can. Everybody wants to take this thing down.
The money up top. What did I say? It's like going to be, what did I say, 1,400 up top for first? I was going to add. Hold on. I think that's what I said. Hold on. I can actually switch this to the prizes now, right? Hold on 1 second.
And now, and maybe I'll sound too much like an asshole when I say this, but is it money or is it pride? I mean, is it like, do you want to be known as the 2021 Master Chef?
Well, it's probably both.
Maybe a little of both.
Yeah. So just to update the prizes, I'm adding, what did I say, 125 to first. So first place is going to be 1,400. I'm adding 35 to second. So second place will be 800. And then third, Wah is going to remain at 510. That's a pretty good haul for tonight. What time is it right now? 10. So they've been going for about 2.5 hours. That's not a bad haul. We got a 3-bet here from At Home 20. Is he going to get called here? Joe been playing pretty tight pre, too. I'm sure it's a little bit frustrating. He does opt to fold.
I mean, At Home has had the goods.
He always has the goods when he does that.
He's got it. Yeah.
He's not doing that with less than a premium hand there.
You know, oftentimes in tournaments, you know, you're not playing against other people. People are playing against themselves. Like, people might recognize that. I mean, that's not some profound observation by the three of us. But, you know, if you've been getting janky hands all night, and you finally get something like Ace-Jack, and then you get 3-bet by At Home 20, you might just be like, whatever, I'm calling. So a lot of tournament poker, you're just playing against yourself. Yeah. Lee going with the 4X open here. Seems like both Lee and Tax Warrior have cooled off a little bit, rather either through cards or maybe conscious adjustments, especially after Lee, you know, he was up. Ooh, speaking of these two, they're dancing now.
Here we go.
Well, you have to bet a little bit more. Lori's not going to fold her big blind very often. Well, she leads out.
Signature lead out by Lori.
Lori.
This is signature lead out by her.
Representing the 8.
Lee, signature call by Lee. This is gonna be a classic hand from both these players.
Oh, another bet.
Boy, she's saying no. I really do have it.
All in.
Here it is.
Ace-Jack
Oh,
versus
she had the king. Oh man.
Wow, Lee, what are you doing there, Lee?
Oh,
He didn't believe her. I was gonna say that flop. You know, anytime Lee sees a flush draw, he's gonna assume that somebody has the flush draw on him. and many times they do. You know, I mean, he felt
do,
like...
but not Lori there. Lori will lead out if she hits any part of that flop. I've
So with
seen
that,
her-
Lori now has the chip lead, basically flipping positions with Lee. And Lee now down to fourth place with 17K, facing a raise, and he's involving himself, getting back on the horse. It's a three-way pot with 13.6 in the middle. Basically a pot-sized bet left in Lee's stack here. And he
He's all
opts
in.
to put it
No,
in.
he's all in there.
Snap.
Just that
off.
call.
Jack 7.
Oof.
Oh,
Rivers
and
the
he-
meaningless 7, and Lee is out. And LW now has the chip lead, courtesy of Lee's ride. So GG Lee makes it to the final table. Unfortunately, busts out in sixth place. Derek saying tilt. He must be tilted. Joven, don't know if this is tilt related. 3-bet shoves all in on Tax Warrior. I mean, maybe after seeing, what do you think goes through some of the other players' minds, when they see sort of the last two hands that went down between Lee's Ride versus Tax Warrior and then LW there with Jack 7? I mean, you play more patiently?
No,
Before
LW had ace 10.
Yeah.
LW had ace 10 there against Lee's Jack 7. I think, Lee does have a tendency to tilt, and that was clearly a tilting situation after losing that hand against Lori.
Yep.
Well, you could call it tilt, or you could just say, like, I don't have the patience to try to build this back up again.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing. It's kind of the same thing there. I mean,
Yeah.
some
Maybe it is.
more nuanced way, but I think some might categorize that as tilt. If there was a such thing as a poker therapist, like, it's probably a variation of tilt.
It could be irrational, like, I'm just gonna take the stab here, and if I don't get it, that's fine, because I don't. I
Yeah, I
have
mean-
a bottle of wine like Don and Diva have, right?
I think Lee, and one of the things I do appreciate about Lee is that he's not playing to min cash. He's playing to win the whole thing. So.
Exactly. Also, I don't know what Lee does for a living. He might decide his hourly ROI from sleep on a Sunday night at 10 p.m. is
surprised.
higher than.
I'm surprised you don't know that
No,
he's
yes.
also a trial attorney.
He's also
Oh, then I know the answer. That's not tilt. Okay, that's my hourly ROI at 10 p.m. on a Sunday night is I'd rather go to bed and fuck
fair enough.
around
That-
and try to
There you
build this
go.
back up again. I know what I'm talking about here, right? I'm telling you, man, that's not tilt.
So yeah, it's a third level, it's a next level EV calc for sure.
He's got no billable hours in
Yeah.
this game.
Don is fat too, complaining about the number of lawyers in chat. But look, at least I can give you special insight into the mindset of the lawyer, right?
First thing we do is kill all the lawyers.
Right, because of our fascistic impulses. You know where that quote comes from, right? Oh, sorry.
Sure.
Sorry.
Lori leading out again here versus Jovine. However, in this case, that's where he did raise pre. It's interesting she opted for a 2/3 size bet because against Lee, didn't she pot it? She potted it, right? Or no? Do you recall?
No.
Well, he didn't have that many chips, though,
Right.
right? I mean, Jopine was down to 11K chips, so, every one of those 2K that she was throwing out there were much more valuable to him.
Yeah, I just noticed. So LW has a chip lead here, and he may pull off the Jutagadu, which, if you recall, I still can't believe Jutagadu was basically playing the World Series of Poker and still playing the Fish Fry tournament, and managed to win the Fish Fry tournament while bagging. What was he playing? Was he playing like the Millionaire Maker? I forget, but
He was playing the monster stack.
or the
wasn't he?
monster stack, yeah, and then he managed to win the Fish Fry tournament, which I thought was incredible and hilarious. So LW looking to do the Jutagadu here with 58K chips.
Well, that's a dry flop. Now it's a rainbow. A little bit of straight action.
I feel like Adhome is going to check here very often. Yeah.
Yeah.
LW putting pressure on.
W got the big stack, putting on the pressure.
Float bet out. Oh, a call.
That's. I mean,
That's pretty blank card.
nobody he's got a 6-8 here. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's a
What do
pretty
I
play
know?
card.
I mean, he is in the small blind, but you know.
Put out a small value bet by LW here.
I think if at home calls this, he's probably ahead here. I feel like this
Yeah.
is similar to that
Yeah.
ace king ace queen
Two pair.
situation, and
Oh.
he is just like I
Yes.
said. It's very similar to that
Um,
ace king king queen situation or
Oh,
whatever.
the
Got him
slightly
outpicked.
better top pair. Wow, outpipped by 1. Nice job at home. Wow, what a with
How he
half
does
the
it.
stack.
I think that's actually
Half
like
stack.
a very clear insight into the way that he plays and extracts
It's a
value.
classic at-home 20 play there.
Yep. It
I've
really
lost
is,
many
and it works
spots
very,
that
very
way.
well for him. Yep.
Yep.
Well, he's willing to play it a little more passively and let the player with the bigger stack come to him. He's reeling it in. I mean, that was brilliant. It really
Mhm.
was.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why it works for him is that everybody does realize that he's fairly on the tight side, maybe overfolds. And so in those cases where, yeah, he fires once and then checks, they're like, all right, well, I'm just going to keep firing, or maybe I'll just get him to fold. But yeah, when he makes a decision that he's good, he's just going to check call.
All in the call. Oh, good chop possibilities. Oh,
Yeah.
look at that. Straight.
Double gut shots for
Oh,
both.
there it
paper
is.
chop,
They
Joe.
both got it. No!
No, Jobin got the gut shot on the
Oh,
turn.
Jobin got
King
the
Coconuts
I
is
thought they
gut
both
shot.
out.
had it. Holy shit. All right, we're on the money bubble.
We are on the
John.
bubble here.
Don is Fatu reporting from chat that BlueStacks is still working with Poker Bros for those of you looking for emulators.
Oh, I'll probably stick with Nox, although I was with BlueStacks initially, and then, yeah, it randomly stopped, which was a little bit frightening as I completely rely on the emulators this stream.
Yeah,
I enjoy playing on my
thought you probably
iPad.
did.
Oof. Tax Warrior bets his turn and gets called. I was going to say, that's a pretty big pot between the two chip leaders.
Yeah.
Oh, and Tax Warrior
Tax
takes it down.
Warrior back in the lead. Tax Warrior back in the lead now.
2/3 pot bet.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Don. Although I play a lot on my phone, usually if I'm, like, out. I cannot run the club on my phone, but I am actually
I
pretty
can't
comfortable
see the
playing.
phone. My eyes aren't so good anymore, so I can't see on the phone. I have to play on the iPad.
I mean, I got the trifocals and I still have to take them off when I play on the phone.
Oh, I know.
Lead out from Tax Warrior. This is what can be really frustrating about her, where you're like, even if you think she has top pair, it's like, she has top pair again? And she doesn't always have top pair. Sometimes she'll do it with a draw, sometimes. But,
Yeah, she could also do this with a queen.
Fair.
yeah.
Here, she can do this with a queen.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you,
Yeah, I've seen her.
Thank you. Yes.
I've seen her do that with a queen, and even occasionally with a 3 there.
I mean, look, a lot of
Yeah.
times on a dry board, people will say, I don't believe you have the king. That's a less dry board, but she's, she's betting second pair. It's a very reasonable decision.
Yeah, and of course, Jobin doesn't really have any fold equity. I mean, because the other, if
Exactly.
you really put her on a queen, you can jam on her, but then you have to have enough chips to make it hurt.
I mean,
and she will fold.
Like any 2 cards either. Look at that. She just folded to him in the small blind with him in the big blind. And he's got this tiny stack, right?
Yep.
He's got just over 10 big blinds. Now, she's got to worry about him shoving, but still, right?
It's the bubble. I mean, you can sort of take advantage. You got the big chip lead, so you should be,
Exactly.
bullying people around, because that's what you should be doing. Especially with 2 more short stacks who are more conservative players, tighter players.
Just saying, she's not fucking around with any 2.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if I could fit everyone here. Let's see. Take that out. I should have done this earlier, actually.
Chopin picks with big raise and Tax Warrior calls.
I'm looking forward to seeing the next interview where somebody buys like a
Oh,
mountain thing. Whoa.
Jam. An overbet. Jam.
And a call. Queens.
Oh.
Oh.
The jam
Jobin
there.
doubles
and
up.
The call. I question the jam and the call there. I mean, I guess she figures he doesn't have an ace, but
Yeah.
her 6s, I mean, she has to be worried about the 9.
I mean, that was like him jamming pre-flop with queens and her calling with sixes, right?
Yeah.
Thinking he had, something. Although you would think he would have an ace in that situation, so I don't know.
I think if he has an ace, he doesn't overbet. And that's what she was thinking.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But she still has to be afraid of the 9.
True. Very true.
Well, I mean, in her mind, she's like, would he ever just jam a 9 there? Yeah, I'm not sure. I think she just thought she was
Yeah,
ahead.
maybe that's right. Flush draw. I mean, it's possible it could be jamming with a flush draw.
I mean, look, you don't expect the queens in that situation.
Yeah. Yeah, you would have think that if he had with his stack, he should have jammed all in with his queens.
I mean, you know what? That call is actually really gutsy, given that we are on the bubble. So it's basically.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not going to do the
very
ICM, but that's basically like a $510 hand at least. Well, she wasn't facing elimination, but these pots.
Holy shit! Look at that.
Ooh. Check raise there. Check raise on that turn. Seemed to indicate there was 2 pair there at least. King 10.
Yeah, I'm looking at the dynamics of this table, and so Tax Warrior has like the 2 to. Well, actually, no, she's nearly tied with the chips with LW. But as I said, I just don't see anyone making any big mistakes. And Tax Warrior is the one that probably has the biggest heart to gamble here, which could lead her to victory, but. I'm a little concerned that she may start losing small pots and the other players will just start chipping away at her unless she starts running good, or maybe she may adjust her play, but I am a little bit concerned for her.
She's definitely the most active player here,
Right.
and LW, even though he has like second in chips, he's been very passive or very tight.
I don't know why you guys don't perceive her as tight. I think you're bringing your, prior experiences with her into this. What I've been seeing is that she's been playing quite conservatively.
She's opens a lot of pots for sure, but you're right that if she gets any kind of resistance, she'll fold. If someone like 3 bets her, she will fold.
Yeah, she might have a wide opening range, but a wide opening range doesn't necessarily mean.
Oh, it's a chop pot. Well, I mean, she should because she's the chip leader, especially if the person second in chips is playing very tight.
Yeah.
And Jobin has actually been playing very active, despite his. Oh, look at that, a jam on LW there.
I mean, I have to say, whenever I've played with Lori, I've always viewed her as a pretty tight player. It's interesting how different my perception of her is than yours is, you guys. And also,
well, don't forget, I think it's also relative to this table. I mean, I think.
Yeah.
And also, I commented earlier, she has a signature line of just, betting out or leading out. She has a very high frequency of doing that, which I think can be she often does that for value, so that can be effective if people call, but I don't think these players at the table are going to call. So by leading out, even if she has a queen, she's really making it easier for the opposing players to sort of play perfectly, to just be like, okay, I'm just going to fold. Rather than her checking and maybe they're c-betting and she extracts a little bit more value.
She's not being as deceptive.
Right. Or I just think her playstyle, which I think obviously suits her and she's comfortable, makes me a little bit worried with this lineup of players at this stage of the tournament. That unless there's some sort of like cooler where it's like ace king versus ace queen or whatever, I'm not sure where she's going to generate value, and that's not to say the rest of them. I mean, they're all just playing a little bit passively. Jobin, I think, has maybe made the most adjustments here, and might be the most aware.
This is very interesting here, right? Is he betting a flush draw this whole way? Oh.
Yeah. He was betting the straight draw.
Straight draw.
Showing the bluff there.
So I mean, I thought that was a draw. I have to say, I thought he was betting a draw.
Yeah, I think I would call there with when the king comes again. If she had the queen, which I think she had it.
If he does anything other than shove there, he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Because His stack was a pot-sized bet.
Yeah, I think if she had a queen, she should have called. I don't know if that's what she had. She may have
Yeah,
been
we
weaker
don't know
than
what
that.
she had. Maybe
Yeah.
she had the flush draw and he had a straight draw, right? We don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
Oh, and catching up on chat here. So Derek is chiming in. Let's catch up here. So Derek Donifatu agrees with Diva that when he runs into tax where she only has strong hands, but usually that's probably because you're at the turn or the river. And you know we are talking about sort of like pre-flop and flop play, and that's interesting that Donifatu views at home as less tight than Lori.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Here we go. See this? Another situation where the pre-flop pair didn't get all in, but then the bet on the river.
Jobin has been very active here. And
No, I think
now
he's made the best adjustment out of
He's
everybody at
doing
this table.
great. He's doing
Yep.
great.
He's made the best adjustment. I mean, at home 20 is just going to stick to his guns and hope to get paid off. Probably more likely by LW or tax warrior. And LW probably playing fairly straightforward. He is at the casino. I mean, you know, there's fair money on the line, but I think he's probably playing fairly straightforward here. So yeah, if I were to give grades, I think, and if not necessarily just because he's on the upswing, Jobin's probably done the best job adjusting to this specific lineup at the final table.
third spade comes on the river with the
Here it
ace.
is. The scare card.
And obviously willing to bluff. That was a great bluff against Tax Warrior. I mean, I know it seems much easier after we see his hand, but that was a great bluff.
Yeah.
Well,
Full
she
house.
had the full house.
Wow.
Great hand
Wow.
by Lori, picking up
Yeah,
Nice
full
hand, Lori.
out.
okay chips.
I think she did with that. What was that? A 2/3 pot bet? I think she got max value out of that. That was
Yeah.
a nice bet.
Ace. I wonder what LW they're called there with.
Probably an ace.
Weaker
I
nine?
guess. No.
A weaker ace? A weak.
Probably a weaker ace.
So there's still quite a bit of parity here. I mean, between tax and at home is like what a difference of about 34k chips. So basically, yeah, one
Wow.
double up.
Big 3-bet on the button from LW. What's Jobin gonna do?
No, I think that's an open. We're at what 600
open.
moments here. It was an open. It was an open.
No,
Yeah,
no, at home. Yeah, it was an open. It was an open.
Three times.
Still, I mean, despite Radical Dude's theory that we're still gonna make a big raise every time we come in, I'm not sure that's in the fashion at this late in a tournament. You know,
Mhm.
a three blind bet open at this point is a big open.
I think it depends. I think that you can do that if you've got a big stack, or certainly I agree with you. Min raising is what tends to happen nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. Min raise.
Yeah, min raising, not limping. Hopefully not limping. Not too many
Yeah,
limps.
no, I mean he didn't limp at all. I mean it was
Yeah.
a 3x, right?
Yeah.
3x. Yeah. All right, Lori. Lori, she's moving ahead. She's got a third more now than her closest competitor.
I actually believe it's more situational. It's also more about the players that you're playing with. Like, I will certainly do that against people who will call you a lot, like pre-flop. If you know that the person in the big blind will call you a lot, and you might want to do that. You might want to build a pot against them.
Right.
because
If
You will
you're-
have position.
If you know they're sticky in the big blind, then you're
Right.
gonna do it. Yeah.
Right, and you will have position on them post flop, and
Now, and do you learn those facts about your opponents as a result of experience over time? Do you make a full set of notes on them, or you just have certain people that you're going to encounter again?
well,
and again?
some of these players I've played with for years, right? So like Lori,
Right,
I've played with
right.
for years.
Right.
So I think that's part of it. I think that's when they were talking yesterday about why I'm hard to play against is that I actually play the player, and
Yeah.
not so much the cards. And I think that's why people frustrate.
Well, I mean, that's the highest
Get
level
frustrated
of the
against me.
game, right? That's the
Yeah.
highest level of the game, and that's great. That's great.
And
I've only
'cause-
been around for 6 months, so I'm.
You're
still
a
getting
tough
to know
player.
everybody,
Every
yeah.
time I've been in the hand with you, it's been very tough. Actually, I still haven't quite figured you out yet. So it's like I've been losing some pots to you. So,
Good.
Yeah. We'll see how long it lasts, though. I can catch up.
I mean, look, I'm a chameleon. There's no figuring me out. I'm.
Yeah. Well, I think that explains my success. At least I can talk about my success, and I know that they were riffing yesterday about me being a hard player, and I think part of it is because I understand each of those players that I know how they sort of play, and certainly Don is Fat too, and Lee's Ride I've played a lot against, both in person and online, so I sort of know their tendencies.
Yeah. Look, we got a multi-way pod here
Yep.
with just really low flop. There we go. LW is gonna take it down. Like he,
Oh,
I don't
just
know what
moving,
he's betting there.
just moving the chips around here,
Yeah.
and at home 20 with his strategy
He's
of
sticking to his stride. He's playing tight, hoping to get
He's
paid
in
just
off.
there.
playing very tight. He's
Yeah.
just getting blinded out right now. He's just been losing by blinds.
He's
His blind.
patiently waiting. Patiently
Patiently
waiting.
waiting to double up again.
He's got
Me-
10 big blinds. He doesn't need to shove yet. It's a bubble.
It is the bubble, so you play even a little tighter if you're interested in the caching.
I see him. Yeah, if you care. Right.
If you care about it. I mean, I don't. Although the last
Good
week's
to
tournament,
know.
last week's
We all
tournament,
feel
I
that
bubbled against Bacata Ray. I could have easily folded in that hand. My last hand, I raised in early position with pocket fives, and he jammed against me all in. And I was thinking about folding, but it's like I don't really care about bubbling. There was another player with like 500 in chips. It really was like, ICM certainly should have said I
Wait,
should
at
have
home is all in here. He's at risk. It's
Oh.
a
Yeah,
multi-way
he's at
pot.
risk. He's all
Multi-way
in, and we
pot,
got dead money in the pot, and the other two checking it down. Somebody's got an ace king. Somebody's got an
I bet
ace jack.
at home
We
has
got-
pocket aces.
Oh, aces!
Oh
There's
man,
the ace
LW,
king.
he faded that flush draw.
Pax got would have had the over.
So at home now, patiently waiting and
That's
rewarding
exactly
his
what I
aces.
put him on. He had an overpair.
At home came from all the way at the bottom. Remember what we were saying when there were still 2 tables left, and he was the bottom player, and I was saying like, wow.
Yeah, I said that he's got an overpair here. There's no way he's shoving there without an overpair.
And he got paid off.
Got paid off.
Dom getting shouted out in the chat from Donna's Fat too.
Oh yeah, thank you. And like I said, I think it's really about how I play versus like necessarily getting lucky or whatever. I try to play the player more than anything. So my bet sizing will reflect the player. I know that for Don is Fat too, for example. I'm probably giving too much away here, but maybe he'll improve his play. So I know that if I have the nuts, I will bet at least pot, or if not overbet the pot, because he will call me. That's just how it is with Don is Fat too.
Well, I mean, it's
You know.
good to look. I played like 100,000 hands in the pandemic of but they were all 8 tables.
Lori continuing to lead out.
Ooh,
Sorry,
look
Jovin
at that.
finally
And the jam.
choosing the jam here against Lori.
I think that's at least 2 pair.
Yep.
Hey,
Spee, yes,
Speedy.
it's still going, Spee, yeah.
Queen 10.
Wow, Joe Bean's on top now. The lead is just, yeah, Lori's like, "Ugh." The lead is just changing hands now every other.
I mean,
every other
Jovian might
pot.
be running well, but I do think he's been adjusting to Lori's lead out. I mean, her lead frequency on those flops, and he's folded some, but I feel like he's made more or less the right adjustments. As I feel like a lot of the chips that he's gained have been directly from Tax Warrior. I mean, he does have position on her, which makes a large difference.
I
so-
think you're right. She's let out a lot, and she's gotten 3-bet a number of times now when that's happened.
So yeah, Jovian, I'm trying to think.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that now we've got Joe Bean and at home with the chip leads. I mean, it's really like reversed.
Yeah.
When we were at four-handed. It was
Yeah.
Tax Warrior and LW had the big chips, and now it's gone the other way. Shows you anything can happen when you're down to the final table.
I think all these players are trying to win now. I don't think anybody cares about the money bubble in the sense that we've been talking about. I think they're all trying to win.
That could be, but I don't know. 500 when you've already everybody? 2 people have rebought. Tax Warrior and LW have both rebought.
Right.
But I mean, everybody has 100 in, and basically there's 510. It's basically $400 sitting out there. They might care about it.
150 if you
think they
rebought, right?
care.
Yeah.
I don't think they care. I think they're all trying to win.
Yeah, $150. It's not. It's not why they're playing it. I agree. I think that they're all playing to win here.
Yeah, so, I had to really study and learn how to play
Oh, look
six-handed
at this hand.
poker. Here we go. This
This
is
is
a big
interesting.
hand.
So she checked and called his bet, and now she's leading out on the turn.
She does not.
Yeah, see,
What?
Jovin definitely
Yeah,
is very, very observant.
Jovin's listening. Yeah.
Well, he's also, even if
She
he's not,
did not
he's
want
very
to see a
observant.
flush there.
Showing an
She
ace.
did not want to see a flush. She didn't know what he was betting, but she did not want to see a flush.
She shows an ace, so she really could have had ace queen there.
No, she just had ace and just did not believe Jovin had a queen and didn't want to see another card. So she's just
Yeah.
leading out. And she doesn't want to give away a free card.
Yep. Agreed.
I mean, the real question there is just whether or not she would have called if Jovin jammed. That's probably the real question.
Yeah.
Probably what Jovin was thinking about as he realizes he's probably behind, and just bases his decision on whether or not he can blow Tax Warrior off an ace. And I'm not sure at this point if Tax Warrior would have folded an ace there.
There's no
I don't
way
think she would have.
folded an ace.
Yeah,
No,
no.
absolutely no fucking.
Yeah, I agree with you. Which really, I think, begs the question of does that make sense to necessarily bet there? Like, yes, if you put your opponent strictly on a flush draw, it does. But if you're looking to extract maximum value,
Look, even if he had a weaker ace or a stronger ace, the odds are still that she splits the pot.
Yeah, she chops the pot there.
She's not gonna. I love Twitch because you can say bad words. And all of us trial lawyers swear and drink like sailors, right, chat? My chat's all gone
Got
to bed.
the lawyer's
Trial
rooting for the
lawyer
lawyer.
chat went to bed. Where are you, Don? Don't tell me about fucking snow in your car. Get your ass in here and let's finish this thing.
Where's Don is Fat Tooth these days?
I
He
thought
keeps
was
moving around the country.
On here earlier, and
No, I mean like geographically. He's like
Oh.
always like all over the place.
Good question.
Yeah, I thought he was in SF, but he just mentioned snow in chat. Yeah, I'm actually.
I thought he was in the East Bay.
No, East Coast for a while.
East
Then.
Coast,
Yeah.
East Coast, Delaware,
No,
Pennsylvania.
I don't know anything, man. I know
He
shit.
travels all over the country.
All right, here we go. Somebody's got a straight draw. Don, I'm not a trial attorney corporate. Yeah, but you know how us trial attorneys are. Delaware. He's in Delaware. A corporate lawyer in Delaware. He moved last week. Come on.
Yeah,
All right, there it is.
He's been
No
there a
flush.
while.
Tax
Four
Warrior
cards
leading the turn
straight.
and the river here.
Yeah, she had something.
I guess he
She
went
had
back to
7.
Delaware last week. SF.
Oh, that's right. That makes sense. That he was there, and he just got back to Delaware. Yeah, he was telling me about the time zone change. Now it's coming back to me.
I mean, I hope you guys are ready for a long night because these 4 players are not going fucking anywhere anytime soon. Okay, that's what I've got to say.
Yeah, I've seen.
But is this a regular blind tournament, or did you like
No, it's a
upgrade it?
regular one. It's a regular
It's
one.
a regular one. Because I know there was talk about maybe making it longer, instead of the
10
standard
left.
though. Because it's like Poker Bros allows you to do 3 different kinds, right? One you can do like express, one standard, and one like longer, right?
I have to look. No, they have like 2 structures. One's turbo, one's normal, and then you can adjust like the blind levels.
Oh,
Peppy, I want you to appoint me your deputy for the Discord server because I'm really good at Discord. We got to get everybody in there. We got to get the trash talk going, the schedules. We can organize sit and goes in there. We can get all kinds of shit going on. Also, if the club's going to get bigger, you're going to need that. Sorry.
Fair enough. All right, I will contemplate it later. Honestly, I'm not sure if I want the club to get any bigger. To be super honest with you, I mean that might be inevitable.
I can understand that.
It might be inevitable, but yeah, that's definitely not a high priority for me. I mean, it never really has been, but yeah, I think there is a lot of potential for Discord. But we'll see. So Tax Warrior opting not to lead out here, but check calling this time. It's Jovin.
Yeah, she's not going anywhere. She's not believing either the 8 or the king. Or even an ace.
I feel like it's the spot where Tax
But
will
bits.
often lead out here.
Here we
2v2
go.
for
Oh,
pot.
big
That's right.
Call.
He has
bet.
an 8.
Holy shit. Oh,
Off the
same
top.
hand. Oh my god.
I could have sworn
Nice.
that she had an 8 there.
Fucking loved it.
Yeah, I think she might have played
Wow.
an 8 the same way, but
I mean, King 10 in the small blind and big blind, come on.
I think that hand might
Right.
actually be indicative of Tax Warrior slightly adjusting her play against Jobin. I mean, I don't think she's always leading out that King 10 there on the flop, but it's interesting she decided not to lead that turn. I think more often than not on that run out, when she does check that flop with King 10, she's often leading the turn if she feels safe. But she opted to delay there and pot the river, which I thought was actually pretty... I mean, it just shows that both players are really watching and adjusting against the other player's play style.
Interesting. Hand here with at home. Blind versus blind. Check on the turn with a blank. Tay certainly had representing he had the ace there.
I mean, at home has gone, you guys, from 40-83.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he's
I mean, he was
Doing
down
really well.
like he
He was down to like 3K at one point.
yeah, nah, yeah, at least 4K for sure, slightly over 4K.
Yeah, as we were discussing earlier, I don't think many of these players are gonna make mistakes like their style of play. Definitely not at home. Like he's gonna lose because the cards either
Boy,
cooler
look at this
him or he doesn't
exciting
run good.
like insanity of a flop. Whoa, and it's all over that quick. Yeah, oftentimes the first person to bet on one of those crazy triple flops is one to take it down.
I wonder
I
if
mean,
LW's gonna need to make a move here, but he also seems pretty content to basically wait.
Yeah,
he's-
he's waiting it out.
He's actually, I think, been playing like as tight as at home 20 has been.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I feel like he might call. He has a slightly lighter calling range than at home 20.
But one of you was saying earlier, I think you, Peppy, that LW can be very mercurial, can be very volatile. That's my experience of him as well. And, it's interesting that he's really tightened it down here now.
Well, it could be a function of him multitasking.
Yeah, it might be, actually.
Nobody willing to make a move here. Will someone bet this turn? Either with the paired 9 or to rep the ace? It doesn't look like it. This might actually check through the river.
Yeah, we got a straight draw, we got a flush draw. Oh, look at this.
And a
Now,
paired board now.
I feel like somebody would have bet the
And
6.
this is
on
gonna
the
check
turn.
through. It's
Yeah.
like
King
king
high.
high or
King
queen
high
high
win.
gonna win this.
LW thinking about it.
Yeah, thinking about, like, can I win this pot without betting?
King high wins it.
Wow, the best king wins. Nice.
Tax Warrior still hanging in there, but really the only movement we've seen here has been between Jobin and at home. By the looks of it, I don't think they're going anywhere. LW is going to really need to make a move here soon.
Soon. He's into the 10 big blind territory now. He's going to make a move
I
soon.
mean, arguably he should have it, or any of them should have done it a little bit earlier. If everybody is playing, so passively here, sometimes you just need to roll the dice and hope, the other player just doesn't
Well,
hit.
they've all got stacks of, let's just call it approximately the same size. And LW's stack is big enough to have full equity against any one of them, right?
Well,
And so they've got to tread
And high.
cautiously because LW can shove at any time, and LW has full equity against each of them individually.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, except now LW's got to put the big blind ante here. And just got
This is
raised
a pretty
here.
great jam spot for him, depending on what he has. I mean, there's like 7K
Yeah,
dead
well,
money,
here we go.
it's
Let's see.
obviously
Is he got
a little bit
anything?
There you
There
go.
it is.
And a
Yep,
snap
there it
call.
is.
Oh.
Oh, 80-20.
Oh,
Nope, that's
over.
it. That's it.
Oh,
No,
wait,
there's a
spade.
spade.
The gratuitous 8 on the end. Nice try.
All right, this is in fact a marathon. It's basically coolers here. Is anybody willing? And I don't blame any of them for not willing to sort of play more aggressively, as it, every time people get it all in,
No, look,
people have
there's just
hands.
not enough daylight. There's not enough daylight between them, to.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if LW or if one of the players started opening more wide, I think they're gonna start picking up a few more blinds. I mean, we're mostly seeing heads up pot and like lip pots here, but there are enough blinds where I think if people just started opening more and attacking, assuming that the other player misses the flop, which they often will, there is a lot of space here to pick up some chips and to create some separation rather than just sort of like waiting for hands and playing a little bit more conservatively. We'll have to see if that changes once the bubble bursts. Actually, that'll be an interesting hypothetical in terms of how much the bubble actually affected their play. I know that both of you feel like it's not really affecting people's play, but I would not be surprised once that bubble bursts if we see especially someone like LW start to play a little bit more loose and more aggressive.
I mean, look, this is like the final table of the high roller tournament where they will really sit there and we'll be looking at it. If this was, an hour or 2 hour blinds, we'd be looking at this for another 4 to 6 hours. All right, let's see what happens on this dry as a bone flop.
Oh, check the turn card.
Oh
Ooh,
boy, that's exciting.
that's a good card to represent that you have the queen.
I bet that queen twice, wouldn't you?
Well, when the ace comes, you can slow down. Ooh, nice hand.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I think that run out. I mean, Jobin's obviously going to be playing carefully there, as he's been playing a lot more hands post flop against Taxor, and I think has a few more observations. Where I was going to make the point on that run out where it's like queen, whatever, 6-5, and then the ace comes at Jobin or whoever has the betting lead there should just fire again and rep that ace, just because it's so unlikely that LW floated with just an ace on that whatever queen 5, queen 6
yeah.
2. And so, even if he has the queen, he still needs to be nervous about the ace. Or you're folding out those two lower cards. And I mean, I think it's those windows of aggression that the players could be taking advantage of here. If they really want to take this, like if as you said, they really want to win it. I mean, in a weird way, if you really want to win it,
Look,
sometimes
they
you need,
all want to win
right,
it, which is why they're playing slower and tighter
No,
right
but
now.
that-
They're not fucking around.
But that's
yeah.
kind of my point. Is
Yeah,
that like
you
that run out is the exact spot where if you're really playing to win, rather than being like, oh, like I'm just gonna wait until I have like I don't think that's necessarily a wrong move by Jobin, but that is such a good bluff card on that ace. After he barrels that flop, just barrel that turn, like make it 1/2. LW might sniff it out and call, but he had 3s there. But even if he had whatever the two lower cards are, 6 and a 4, it's very difficult to call two streets with a queen and then an ace.
It's sort of
I
like,
just don't
okay,
think
if
a lot of
Jobin...
people are floating right now with this size.
Right, that's exactly my point.
Right, they're
Yeah,
not.
so
That's
that's why
exactly
Jobin
my
didn't
point.
bet on the
Float.
turn, because
Yeah.
I mean, you can sort of like say, oh, you just had you didn't hit the flop with your continuation bet, but you bet again on the turn, and he has to fold. So I agree, it was a misbet there by Jobin.
Or potentially, I mean, he does not have a lot of data points against LW, and he's not sure if he's still going to call with that ace. And I mean, I think that's just one example of where adjustments can still be made at this final table. That would get people, like, if they are really trying to win, those are where you can sort of take control, and you need to just run the risk that, okay, the person didn't get 2 pair, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because of that, we've hit this equilibrium point where basically everybody has the same amount of chips. And it's really, it really might come down to like who's the most patient, because I don't know if anybody is going to consciously make a decision to play more aggressively. Like I think Jobin has been the one that's made the most adjustments here, but he hasn't quite gotten to the point where he's willing to make this double barrel, because it can be a little bit scary, especially with everybody so close in chips. But again, in times where like everybody's scared,
It's like evidence for my proposition that there's no such thing as multitasking. If LW starts paying attention to this shit and gets aggressive, then he's going to be the aggressive one, right? I mean, he definitely has the capability to be the aggressive one.
Well, I mean, he clearly showed the bluff there. I'm sure he figured he was definitely turning his hand into a bluff, um, basically roughing that queen. Um, so yeah, that was actually a pretty great adjustment by LW. I don't hate the fold by Jobin there, obviously, but
Well, he could have been bluffing with the best hand too. I mean,
yeah,
it's
I think
possible
that is I think pretty much the case. So Jobin snap folded there. I mean, he might have had two of the lower pairs, but I think he might have thought about it a little bit more.
Yeah, he could have had like king high or something.
But yeah, LW showing that he is not autopiloting there with the pocket threes, calling on that queen high board. Yeah,
Yeah.
checking the turn, then
Yeah.
leading the river. Perhaps taking a page out of Tax Warrior's book. Oh, and yeah, Jobin's let me know he did in fact have a six, which I think was probably mid pair on that board, if I'm remembering correctly. It was probably something like queen 6-4 or something like that. So actually, in that sense, I'm not sure if he thought about it this way, but card removal wise, it almost makes sense not to barrel that ace, because if Jobin has a six, that makes it much less likely that LW has a six,
Yeah.
which is one of those hands you're trying to fold out. So yeah, we'll have to see, but I do think there is room here with people playing so conservatively. Probably the only person you might not want to do that against is at home 20, because that's just sort of his bread and butter, which he did to LW earlier. So again, I'm not saying that it's easy, but regardless of the relative stack sizes, I think there's definitely room here for maneuvering, which LW did on that hand. He actually bluffed Jobin out of the better hand there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what are the ethics of poker commentating? Like, if you're observing things, should you really be saying them in real time? I'm looking at this, like, I see a person whose bet speed clearly indicates something to me, but, I think I should keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, I usually wait until after the hand's over. I mean, I used to have a longer delay, but, at least the way I've been commentating hasn't really impacted it, and I think there's actually been more value to to commenting in real time so people can respond. But I would just be careful
That's
then.
a good question in chat.
Oh, a jam.
Who won the free roll?
Yes, I'm looking it up right now. Who won that free roll? Let's see here. Where is this? Here it is. All right, Speed Diddy. Oh, looks like Cullcat. That's actually Kathy Hoyle won the free roll. In second place, that's our first place finish, in fact. So I'm glad she won that free roll. She's partners with Taz Devil 1, for those of you paying attention. Second place was TZ777, Tracy. And then third was Han, Dr. Tran. And I'm not even sure if they realize that 2 and 3 are going to get paid out. But I will have to take care of that later. But those were the three finishes. And the bubble was Mand M1011, who's a new player, and I believe he is brothers with Fred Z22. It gets harder and harder to remember everything as the club gets bigger, but I believe I have that right. Oh, and then look, it looks like Troy came out. He finished in 5th. And of course, Tex Watson there in 6th. Poor Tex. But I hope that answers your question, Speed Diddy.
Tex, get well soon.
Yes, get well soon, Tex, if you're listening or if you're watching this tomorrow. We wish you were here. Oh, at home, truly a snapping turtle style here, perhaps more so than Esvicio. He gets a little nibble. That's enough. It's 4.8 for him.
He moves into second.
He does move into second here.
It'll keep him alive for a while.
I mean, out of everybody, Joven is consistently opening his button, I think, the most here.
Yeah, especially if you know that at home 20 you will fold your small blind. You just only have to worry about the big blind.
LW, yep.
But LW has been doing this a lot too, shoving on the big blind. For the
LW is
open.
now emulating Picard Array.
Joven willing to give it up here.
That's the second time he's folded his button with a shove. Second time in a row, I believe.
So Tax Warrior, after all this, I feel like she's actually started to play less hands, and
All of a sudden, she's the chip leader.
Yeah, she is the chip leader there. It's weird how it works that way, where she's been playing a little bit more passively, or passively and tighter. Although the last big hand she won was the that ace hand, on that ace queen queen board and got Jove in the fold. But that was probably the last significant hand by her.
How did I have the correct perception of the tax warrior? And it's very interesting how we all have different perceptions of people formed over our experiences, right? You know.
Raising the button and a call.
Is At Home gonna come out of his shell? No.
Nope. Doesn't matter if he has the odds.
Tobin taking a page out of Tax Warrior and leads the turn after the flop checks
was-
through. The flop checked through, did it
A
not?
lot of chickens
did.
just came
So
home to
action on
roost.
the flop.
Flush, the straight. Holy cow. Yeah, there she goes.
Good.
Yeah, that delayed, or that decision not to bet the flop may have gained her a street of value from Jobin there.
Yep.
Well, it made the flush or the straight more credible. It made them both more credible.
Lori's worked herself up to about a 2-1 chip lead from At Home and LW, and Jobin now possibly at risk here. Looks like he's down to maybe 15 bigs.
Yep, and he's about to get the big blind. So now,
Debbie taking a page from Tax's book, leading out.
the donk bet, a call. Another min bet.
I mean, if he's got a 4-5, that was a brilliant strategy.
Limit
So-
poker.
Wow, there you go.
Limit poker. I think that was a call just to see what you have.
Yeah,
That's
that was
where-
an information-based call. I agree.
Well, it's also like these defensive bets, right? People,
Yep.
LW was doing with these defensive bets.
Yep. Good point. We saw that last night too.
Yeah, it looks like we're having a replay here. Tax
Oh,
Warrior
it's
changing
on
the
the lead out
favor,
on
Ooh,
making it 16K
Tax,
on the
having
turn.
none of it.
That is
That-
not a defensive bet.
Strong representation of the 10. Doesn't want to see a flush.
Yes, that was not a defensive bet. Good
My
play by Lauren.
girl chipping up.
See, 3 times big blind there. I like that against a Tay there.
Well, I mean, these guys are both now, I mean, fourth, a third of her stack. You know, she's got anything. She's got to start pushing it.
Yep.
She's now ahead enough to push her stack.
Jobin
Seven
is
big
all in.
ones, all in for 7 bigs here.
There
Clearly
you
not
go.
happy of At Home calls, but will LW take the bait? He is not.
Nope.
Yeah, any paint you got to shove there.
Yep.
That stack. Especially if you got Tax Warrior folding before you.
Yeah, she was already out.
These two at it again.
This is very interesting.
Ooh, look at that.
That's a nice use of her stack. Very nice. I was wondering if the speed of his check on the flop was like a tell or a reverse tell.
Well, she had
You
the
know,
10.
she
She,
did
she
have
showed
the
the 10.
10.
Yes.
She was playing deceptively, which you guys have not credited her for, right? Because you've been focused on her donk bets, but now she's showing her range with the deceptive play.
Well, that was a very good play there. Let him bet out.
Right. She let him come to her.
If there, let me see that hand.
Which
really
honestly
quickly.
you've got to do on a final table like this where people are playing to win, right? Nobody gives a shit about the money bubble.
Mhm.
Everybody wants to chip up. Everybody wants to be the winner. And you've got to be deceptive in that situation.
You know what I actually find? Let me take a look at this hand again. What is actually really interesting about that hand with Lori with the trip tens is that that flop, yeah, was really wet with Jack 10-10 with two clubs, and the turn actually brought another flush draw. You know, previously it seems that she'll like pot it or she'll get very anxious. You know, if there are possible flush draws out there, and here she basically yeah let LW bet. She actually checked that flop behind with trip tens, which as Diva S was saying is quite deceptive. And I would be interested to hear her thought process on that. I mean, I think she consciously made the decision to not, obviously, to not bet that flop. But I do actually think that goes very against her general, I think, style of play and sort of her perceptions of risk. She basically just flatted two streets with trip tens, and there were two flush draws out there with possible straight draws too, and then waited until the river, yeah, to put the raise in after everything bricked out.
It could have been. I mean, her other card was a blocker of one of the suits. Maybe that's what her thinking was.
No, I think that could be true, but I mean, it still takes a lot, you know, at this stage to basically be like, all right, I hope no clubs come. I hope no straights complete. So yeah, in that sense, I think she did a very good job of
look,
realizing her.
Well, you can't always be afraid of those. I mean, I think that you can't be afraid of the draws. You know, otherwise you're just paralyzed. You know, you have to.
Yeah, you
have to mix it up. You know, if you're afraid that someone is always going to outdraw you, then you're not playing. You know, you're playing passively and defensively. Oh, we're on another couple minutes break here.
All right, all you people have been drinking wine like me. I'm down a bottle, guys. You need to get your water.
What do we have planned for 2022, Peppy Toes? What's planned for the fish fry?
Oh, what do we have planned? That's a very good question. I actually fell a little bit behind in terms of the planning because of like WSOP and Thanksgiving and the holidays. But yeah, in terms of like the state of the fish fry, like cash games are good, but I don't know if you've noticed, like I've like shifted back down to like 30 cents, 60 cents, which I'll probably keep for a while. I mean, we'll probably still play like 4 times a week, but you know, prior to I think June or July, people were like clamoring to play like higher stakes, which I guess I was being a little bit paternal. I'm like, I don't think that's such a great idea, but it worked for a while. So I'm probably just gonna focus more, you know, on the tournaments and like Twitch. And building that, and then I'll probably organize some home games. I think I'll actually focus more on that. I would have done so more, but for Omicron, but I think it'd actually be really great to just have more like live meetups with people, especially since we've been playing with each other for so for so long in this sort of like online medium.
You could do the thing where you tell everybody they have to take an at-home test before they show up for an in-person game, right? You know, take the at-home test, and if it's negative, then you come.
Yep.
And then I was actually gonna do like a holiday party, or I was actually gonna like rent some place out. That was like on my list. I had a ton of like list of stuff that I wanted to do that I just didn't get around to. The other thing I'd like to bring back, I don't think it's gonna be possible, is those early Zoom calls we used to have were so fun. Like I can't we should
certainly
now,
bring
but
back
if we can bring that back, that would be great, because I think a lot
Now, last night you were kind of criticizing Fats for being on the Zoom calls, but you know, so
wait, was I? Wait, what did I say last night? I mean,
a little bit last night you were saying you thought Fats was distracted by the Zoom call.
No, I think I said that she prefers them. She actually plays better on the Zoom calls.
Well, that means she's a better in-person player than online player, right? She gets more information. Right? Everybody.
No. For Zoom though, it's never. No. We're never playing usually in the same hand. I think she enjoys like the social aspect of live poker, and I think that actually helps.
It's so entertaining watching her on Zoom. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
I mean, her reactions are priceless.
Yeah. But it would be great to.
Is she still having that Zoom call every week? Like
we used to have like 10, 11, 12 people on it, and then it just became a little bit difficult for me to sustain just because I had so many other things to do. And I think people just started burning out. We had it like every Saturday for at least like 3, 4, 5 months, where we'd all just come on and like.
Took it over, but then she was traveling a bit, and then it sort of got dropped.
Yeah, pandemic thing.
But that would actually be great to restart. I just don't know how much of a role I can play in that.
Well, you need some deputy club managers. Let somebody else be the Zoom manager.
Right. Jam or sorry, Fats was actually the not officially the title of Zoom, but I was like, hey, you should organize Zoom. And I
Wow,
think
we've
she was
had
doing it for a
two
while.
shoves in two hands since we came back from the break. LW shoved on the first hand, Joe Bean shoved on the second hand.
Ooh, folded pocket
Oh,
deuces.
at home, showing the deuces. Wow.
That's on brand with
That's
him.
very, very on brand. He knows it. He's protecting his trademark there by showing it. I don't think anybody's surprised. It's
No
gonna
one
take
is
a lot
surprised.
to take him
Now,
down.
if
But
that
right,
was Picard Ray, we would have all like
yeah,
been
well, that was
raised
a
by it.
misclick. It was a misclick.
All right, Tax is up 3-1, 4-1. Now's the time for her to push her stack. Let's see what she does. Uh-oh, I just got the hiccups, you guys.
So far, despite his earlier success, or his early success against Tax Warrior, after that Trip Tens hand, Tax Warrior really seems like she's had LW's number here. I mean, she does have the positional advantage.
This position, and she has the chips.
Yeah.
That's the thing. She should be raising a lot more. She's listening. She's listening to the
Don't
feed.
listen to him, Lori. You're playing fine. You're the chip leader.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually thought about this quite extensively about doing the commentary. I really actually don't think players are going to adjust that much in terms of what they're saying. People are just going to play how they're playing. I mean, they're going to listen to it to be more like entertainment value, but I really don't think
LW with the raise and a tax warrior call and a jam by Jobin.
It's a squeeze. It's a squeeze.
Except it's yeah.
Nice squeeze, Joe Bean. Oh, LW's in. What will Tax do? She's
It's
like, no
two.
way.
It's a cooler here.
Oh,
Nines,
sixes versus nines.
It's
It's,
looking like Joe Bean is going out on the bubble there,
There it
eliminated by
is.
LW.
not
I'm sure a very, very disappointing finish for
GG.
Brian Joe Bean.
question that jam with pocket sixes in that situation with a raise and a call, and you don't have enough chips for fold equity. That was the issue.
Nah, look, come on.
Yeah.
A four-handed table. Somebody's got an ace high. Somebody's got a king high. They're
I mean, if
going
he puts ace queen or ace king in LW's range or even ace jack, I mean, I think it's
I
close.
mean-
Joe Bean's been playing pretty patiently.
Yeah.
But yeah, as Saxbury just said, she had king jack. So in spots where LW has like
Oh, Warrior 101.
in spots where LW has like ace queen there or ace king, sixes are in pretty good shape. I'd have to go in the
Warrior,
lab.
as the person who lost ace king to ace queen with the chip lead last night, that was not a mistake on your part. Okay? I'm telling you from the heart, my girl.
No, that's not a mistake. I mean, this is a good fold with jack. I mean, it's quite possible you were dominated.
Fine fold. Fine fold.
Yeah, it's a good fold, Lori.
So congratulations everyone for versing the money bubble. So the minimum cashier is be 510. Good game to Jobin. As I said, I'm sure he's pretty disappointed on that bust out. But nines versus sixes for four-handed, probably close to a cooler. All right, so let's see. We're down to 3 now.
Who will wear the 2021 Master Chef belt?
Although technically it'll be a toque.
Whatever it is, we're gonna get something.
You should
Your
give the hat out.
new assistant club manager Diva S declares that we will get something.
You need to give the chef's hat out.
The toque, yes. Although I think that was also my list. I think I might actually make like a embroidered patch for this year. I just haven't had a chance to design it, and then develop it. But I believe there will be like a MasterChef like embroidered patch for the winner. I'm actually really behind on sending out like 5K club awards and 25K club member awards too. I need to get on that. But yeah, we got Tax Warrior with almost a 2-1 chip lead, and at home sticking to his guns and min cashing here. Let's see if he can ladder up.
Oh, I thought she was limping in with a sneaky limp, but apparently not.
So let's see, at home down to 7 bigs here and still immediately folding the button. Basically waiting for a hand and hoping that Tax Warrior just eliminates
He's
LW.
gonna shove here when he gets a chance. As soon as he gets something.
Yeah, he's only got one move.
He has a check or he has a shove, so that's 2 moves there.
Well, yeah, because yeah.
We were all holding our breath, waiting to see if that would
It's-
happen. Oh,
Oh, it's an
she's
over.
And
got
he hits
it!
it. He
Oh,
hits
he
it. He
hits
hits
the
it.
straight on the turn. Oh my god, the
How he
gut
runs.
shot. He called with a gut shot.
No, I think he had a straight draw. I think he had an outside. I think he had a. I think he had a. I think that
He had
was a-
open-ended.
Yeah, he had an open-ended straight draw.
Open-ended straight draw.
Was it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why he
Okay.
shoved
Yeah,
there
we
with
can't look at
open-ender.
that. We can't see the hand. Oh shit.
It was
Yeah, you
was
did feed the
open-ended.
beast, Laura. I was gonna say I would be worried if I were tax or if
You had
Adholm
top pair, girl, and a gut shot. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So Adholm's still in it, taking a small bite out of Tax Warrior, but Tax Warrior is still with the lead by at least 30k chips here.
Well, I mean, the only criticism there would be like, why you didn't raise pre-flop? I mean, because he's folding 9-7, right? I mean, you have to,
No.
you know. I think you've got to be a little more aggressive with your big stack.
I mean, I think that's potentially true. I think the
Blind
other way to look
blind.
at it, though, is if you... I don't think limping the small blind there is absolutely the worst. I think, however, figuring out what you're going... whether or not you're going to double at home up post is probably the more, I think, prudent thing to sort of look at there. If you're going to limp 6-4 diamonds in the small blind.
Yeah.
But... It is interesting that
Ooh.
he let it... Oh, here we
Interesting,
go.
isn't it? How timing.
Yikes.
Oh.
Shit.
It's a full
Wow.
house for Adholm. And with that, he is pretty much tied with the chip lead with
Now they're
LW.
all even now.
But
We're
they're
gonna
pretty
take
much
this
all
down.
even there.
Yeah, wow.
And that was quite the cooler.
Queens.
Tax Warrior with the queens, I'm sure, already counting up Adholm's chips there.
I mean, exactly, right? At that point, she's feeling like, yeah. Laura, you might have needed to shove those on the flop. I don't know. Maybe half a stack. I don't know. It's hard to second guess when we're here as commentators, but fuck.
I mean, you've got pocket queens there. You think you're good. I mean, I don't fault for a play there.
You
There's
can't
nothing you
fault
can do there. Yeah.
You can't fault
There's nothing you can do that,
You're
especially,
absolutely right. There's no second guessing there.
you know, it's a, 5-1, or what is it, 6-1, right?
4-1.
Alright, so this
For
is
him to hit
complete
the-
parity,
Alright,
basically,
yeah.
here. They each have
80-20.
like 20,
80-flop.
20 big blinds here.
Well, pretty even now.
Yeah, we've just started the level, so it's basically a 20 big blind. It's all come down to a 3-way 20 big blind match here for the 1400 up top.
Yeah, anyone could win this.
Yes, at this point, anyone can, in fact, win this.
I mean, they are dead even. This is dead even a 3-player table as I've seen. I mean, they're just, you know.
So wait, let's take a look at the numbers here. We'll do it quickly so we don't miss any of the action. But let's take a look at their final table experience really quickly here, if I can find it. Where is it? Here it is.
All right, while you're looking for that, Judicatu has weighed in from chat saying at home is particularly good play at the higher
Yeah.
blind.
I'm glad Johnny Gotti is still tuned in. I do actually like it. Even though players have busted out, they are still interested in the outcome and the play of their fellow players there at the fish fry.
I mean, this is great poker. Anybody who loves poker should be watching this right
So-
now. Tell
so
your
it-
friends.
It's our 16th seed, our 20th seed, and our 21st seed who are the finalists.
Yeah,
here.
which is kind of incredible here.
Yeah.
And really quickly, let's see here. So, At Home has not had a first place, so it would be incredible if he takes it down. Tex, where it does have a first place under her belt. And LW also has one.
I mean, at
well.
home is looking for his first place finish
Yeah,
here,
it would
right?
be-
He's got something to prove. We were
Yeah.
talking about it earlier. You had the chart up. right? I mean, he's got something to prove, and this is it. He's looking for his first place finish.
Well, and Lori wasn't even supposed to be in this tournament. She only got in because someone
Oh yeah,
canceled, right?
yes, because Vermilion DK, and she got in. Tex Watson was right behind her in 22nd by only $12.
Wow.
$12 difference. So Tax Warrior, she could be the money maker, the Chris money maker. She wins this on the fish fry, gets in as an alternate by $12. Also, she eliminated Judagadu, right? Didn't she have
She did,
Jax on
yeah.
the queen hand? Yes. So miracle run if she's able to finish this, which would be amazing. At home 20, that would be if he wins. It'll be his first ever, and he's ranked 20th. So for him to win it would be incredible. And finally, if LW takes it down, I believe he is at a casino. So we've got great narratives for all three players.
I mean, he's ahead now. I mean, look, this is it, right? We're getting into the land where aggression really makes a difference.
But I agree with you, and it's interesting at home if he is watching. I'm not sure if he is, but that you do have Jodigadu's vote of confidence here. But yeah, as I said earlier in the broadcast, at home plays. He's like a very quietly successful both cash game player and tournament player.
Yeah, he's a very solid player. He's not very flashy. Doesn't make those gets out of line with any kind of crazy moves or anything.
But when he has a straight draw and over, he gets there when he needs to.
He seems to. He always seems to hit his draws. I have been the victim of many of his draws.
LW contemplating the bet.
So that's a check it. Probably playing. Ooh.
Oh, the 2 is enough. Wow.
At home 20 would have time bank called that for sure. He would have let it tick down, and he would have called theirs. It's probably a good check behind by LW.
I mean, would a bet have been enough to move at home off of that deuce? That's the question.
Part of
that would be
short.
really interesting, right?
Though I didn't see the action, I'm assuming did it just check all the way to the river? If there's no prior action, which I'm assuming since at home had 9 deuce, I think he's gonna call on that river. Like I said, I think he's gonna time bank and then call that.
Probably right. Yeah.
Yes, she legally snuck in the tourney, but yes, you should blame Vermilion DK because he's actually I think like the number 11 ranked player, but he could not make it, which allowed for Tax Warrior to come in since she's ranked 21. And again, if Tex is listening, just $12 ahead of Tex.
Then they got sick, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, no, Tex was sick. I think he is better now and at home, and he was like, "Please make it top 22, top 21 players."
Boo Vermilion.
Yeah.
I guess Vermilion is now on Judagadu's hit list.
Yeah, did you hear that? That I think it was Derek who was like, "I wish Vermilion was playing. He's so predictable." I was like, "Ouch!" That was such a good comment. I don't know if Vermilion will catch it though, and I wasn't gonna point it out otherwise. But I thought that was a great candid opinion yesterday from Fan too.
He's a newlywed, so he's got
All
stuff
right,
to do.
guys, this is it right here. This is a huge pot.
28K pot. Check by Lori. He's gonna be checked. Queen Jack wins it.
So Lori check called that flop with 1 over and a gut shot. I think that's what it looked like. Didn't see the pre-flop action. Yeah, and then at home turned that pairs.
She had a suited queen.
Yeah, so she probably had a backdoor there as well. So at home and LW now, both tied for the chip lead. Tax Warrior now on her back heels at 22K.
She's at 10 big blinds now. We're going to see her. We're going to see whether she's a snapping turtle.
LW opting to limp the small blind and Tax Warrior obliging and just completing for a free flop.
She does that a lot. I mean, she sort of leads out on the flop.
I agree. In that case, she had position on LW in the big blind, but I do agree with you that her signature line there is to lead out. If basically,
just lead out and not.
I mean, that was basically the hand against at home 20 with the 6-4 of diamonds on 8-6-2, 2 spades, and and she led out, and then basically had to call after at home jammed, and she was probably barely ahead. It was basically a coin flip when she called.
Hmm.
The real question here is if At Home and LW are going to continue playing against one another with Tax Warrior basically in third. And it looks like they are going to continue playing. ICM be damned.
Well,
They're all playing to win.
oh, and all in. About
That
10 big,
doesn't surprise me at all. They're all
about 12 big blinds.
Look, the blinds are worth stealing here now.
It's a tough call here for LW.
It is, yeah, it is actually a very tough call there.
Well, 12 big blinds.
I mean, the blinds are going up to 1.5k, 3k in basically a minute and 45 seconds, so we'll probably get maybe
This is
2 or
gonna
3
be
more
a
hands in.
shove fest. This is gonna be a shove fest any minute now.
Yeah, you know what? I might actually bet against that, even though the blinds are high. I think given just the style of play, yeah, and see, Tax Warrior there's just completing the small blind. I think I'm trying to think if it'll still be three-handed after the next level. I think there's a possibility of that because I don't
so.
think it's gonna turn into a shove fest next level. Could be
No,
wrong,
they're not.
but I just don't think their playstyle, unless one of them just suddenly just like gets tired or sick of this. But it seems like they're all very very patient. Tax Warrior taking it down. Now back up to 40k. There's still not that much daylight between third and first here.
Nope.
At Home is the only player left that has not rebought. Not that that matters that much, but that just makes, if he does end up winning it, the story all the sweeter.
Too much ICM, man.
Oh, and since we have a small lull, I should have said in the chat, so Jodagadu, also congratulations on a terrific regular season, finishing third with 5 first places, and this is only starting in August, so that was an incredible run. I'm also pretty excited to see how you do in 2022, as you definitely will not be taking people by surprise on the tournament scene. But again, congratulations.
Yeah, a 4-month run is pretty good, impressive.
Yeah, they're even again, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, I don't think this is going to be a shove fest anytime soon. I think we might see a cooler, you know, something like
Always possible to
Ace
get
King
a
versus
cooler.
nines, or like Jacks versus tens. You're very welcome, Jodagadu.
Or the classic aces versus kings.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the pattern where it'll go for a while, and then we might just have like 2 cooler hands, like really quickly, like the dam just like bursts. Yeah. Yep. So Judgegod agrees that At Home is patient here. He's definitely not shoving light. I don't think Lori is gonna shove that light either until she gets down even to like 6. I mean, I think even when we get down to like 6 or 7 bigs, you're still gonna see people just completing the blinds. I could be wrong, but I actually would not be surprised.
No,
to see people
no, you're
completing the
right.
blinds.
You're right. I was wrong.
It was just open debate. I'm not saying right or wrong, just
Look,
based
I
on
have no
observation.
trouble.
Yes.
I have no trouble admitting when I'm wrong.
Of course, as soon as we say that, we could see something else happen.
And I would be remiss, Speed Diddy, but you did get accolades all year as the player of the year. But it's good to see such great sportsmanship between Speed and Jodagadi. But congratulations to an amazing season, Speed.
Big pot.
Yeah, there was. I mean, Speed's run like during was it the spring or the early summer? It was a pretty amazing run.
First 6 months, yeah, he was unstoppable. I think he probably made a couple people quit. Got At Home taking down this pot of
I thought I'd
24K.
see a big bet there from At
Well-
Home because LW seemed to take a long time to think about whether to call that big pre-flop raise.
All right. I mean, not surprisingly, the chips here appear to be cycling in like a clockwise direction, basically, following the cycle of the button here. So at 1.53k, yeah. So At Home is basically at like 22 bigs, And then LW, the lowest stack, still, he's got, what is that, like 12, 11 big blinds there? And he did complete the button there, and we've got a raise. But here's the real question is, when he limps the button, is he going to continue? And it looks like he is.
Blank on the turn, and
Lori takes it down. I do agree with Diva, though, that I do think, although I think it will not be a shove fest or anybody opening light, I actually think that would behoove any of them to possibly think about playing a little bit more aggressively pre. I mean, LW is basically
Well,
down to
I
10
think we
bigs
were
there.
all saying that like several rounds
Yeah.
ago. Yeah.
the next level is 1836 in 6 minutes. So
I could see LW lasting that long as well. I would actually bet that they make it through this level. I mean, unless there's obviously some cooler.
Ooh, that's a wet flop.
those are interesting. The way Laurie plays.
It's a dangerous board there. Anytime you got the
Dangerous
two chip leaders.
He's
you know,
continuing to
LW.
get out at it. Okay, he's not going anywhere. If he calls the flop, he's calling the turn. Oh, in fact,
Or
he's
he's
raising
raising.
it.
Oh, here it is.
And a call.
Two chip leaders, tangle it up.
Case got the nuts here.
Oh,
we have a cooler
what
there.
a cooler.
Cooler.
What a cooler. Great
GG,
game,
that is a
Lori.
huge cooler. I mean, that's what it's going to take at this point, given everybody's playstyle. Radical D did have it right that he had very close to the nuts. GG to Lori. You played excellently. You're out in third for 510. So congratulations, Lori, making it in as the alternate. So incredible run. And we are now down to heads up with at home 20 with close to a 5-1 chip lead on LW, who is possibly still at the casino.
He just leveled up with his short stack. That was kind of a sick hand.
That was a sick hand. You can just tell by the turn. It's like, okay, this is going to be a huge pot for both of them.
Yep. I thought Laurie may have had like 2 pair or something, but flush versus flush. There's nothing you can do there, Laurie.
Yeah. Yeah, at this stage, you're like so happy when you hit that jack high flush. And you're like, is at home going to call me? You're like really hoping he has 2 pair because you're like, that's actually a tough spot because if he calls that turn,
Well,
you're
when
like, oh god, I might
Well, you
be in
knew
trouble
when
here.
he raised on the turn, when she bet and he raised on the turn, it was all going to go all in.
Yeah. Yeah,
And they all
can you
told me
fold the flusher on the turn? Yeah,
And,
I mean,
and at home 20 is not raising there unless he's got like the near nuts on the flush.
Yeah.
He's not calling with like an 8 high flush. He's not. I mean, he's not raising with that. He's just going to call. See, this is going to be a very interesting heads up because
yeah, will at home change his style or is he? See, like, LW didn't even realize we were heads up. I love it. He's like,
like, what happened to Laurie?
Is this the free roll? I'm in the free
What happened to
roll,
Laurie?
right?
What happened?
So we're playing for $50 and 30. This is great.
He's probably going to say, "Will you do a 50-50 chop?"
Yeah, now LW is just gonna start just putting it in there. Like, oh, I'm already free rolling this for 765. Let's just start shoveling the chips in. I'm willing to flip with you.
See,
We may have woken up a monster now. He's like, oh, we're heads up. We'll have to see. He does have work ahead of him, but you're right, Radical, do that. It will be interesting to see how at home 20 attempts to close this out.
I don't think he changes his style.
Yeah, I don't think
mean,
he
look
is.
at that. He
I don't
folded the
think he is
button there.
either. Yeah, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just gonna be interesting to see how that plays out, and if LW, now that he is aware that it's heads up, if he makes any sort of adjustments against at home 20 here.
I think we're gonna just see at home folding his button a lot until he gets a hand. Yep. The question is, will LW adapt to this?
Yep.
So it would be like the small stack is going to be playing more aggressively. No, he's folding as well. I guess this could theoretically last a long time. We could keep folding their button. It's like,
Hey man, I mean, neither player really has any reason to change. We're like, hey, we got this far. We're like, heads up. Why would I change here?
oh, it raised.
I actually do think LW has it in him to possibly change it up here against at home 20. I'm not.
I agree with you.
He already did.
He already did. He just raised the button there. First raised on the button. Maybe he's starting to realize that and pay attention. See. I mean, should you ever fold the button heads up? I don't know. I think it's
I mean, I know I don't.
but I guess it's his style, right? And especially with the big stack, I don't think you ever should fold the button when you've got the big stack. It's one thing if
I
you're
mean, it
short
really
stack
just
with
it also is very dependent on whether or not the big blind is 3-betting you and how frequently they're 3-betting you.
Mm-hmm. For sure. But you know, with LW's chip stack, it's like it's all in. He's going to play a hand. He's going to play all in. Oh, I think he just min raised there after he lift in and a call. We see a flop.
That's 1/2 here. You know, the tricky part about playing at home post is that, like, it's pretty scary when he calls. It's like, do you want a call? You know, unless you have the nuts. But if you have the nuts, are you going to get called by at home 20? Probably not. So it's a small conundrum there in terms of how to play optimally post flop against at home 20. And both, you know, not only extract max value from him, but also just avoiding falling into, like, this classic trap where you just keep betting at him and he has it.
Well, we could see LW is maybe falling into the trap. We'll see here. He raised the button.
Oh, yeah, check raise from at home. Yes, LW releases quickly, and at home 20 takes down. You know what would be great here? I don't think he will, but if at home manages a check raise bluff, even a check raise there with like low pair, I think would be amazing for his image. I mean, he might not need to. LW is so low in chips, he might not need to, but I think it would be a very good way to take advantage of his image.
I don't know if I've ever seen at home bluff though.
I don't think so either. Which, that doesn't mean he doesn't. That could just mean he's just so airtight about it that he's taking the strategy of never showing.
If we've never seen it, yeah.
But no, I mean, I don't think that is necessarily in his repertoire, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I think, you know, it has a lot to do with his personality and playing a style that he's very comfortable with, and clearly works for him. So sometimes you don't need to do something just to whatever balance your range, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, the only thing to show is a bluff if you're trying to go the other player at this point.
But that's not how at home plays, though. He doesn't do that. I mean, he's certainly put me on tilt, but only because he's like
He has
he
it,
like
and you knew
will
it.
call you down with the best hand. He doesn't bet the nuts.
Yeah.
And then you're like trying to bluff him off of it, and like, oh, he's got the nuts. Why didn't he bet at it?
No, he definitely, uses other people's aggression against him. Like, he's both conservative, you know, and doesn't like to overplay his hand, and he's okay not necessarily getting max value, which obviously, you know, that's a slight disadvantage, but the advantage is that he never loses these really big pots unless he's coolered. And even then, he sometimes gets away. Yeah.
No, that's exactly right.
And that's, you know, for this tournament clearly has worked for him. I mean, I think this is a great story that we got the 20th ranked player possibly taking down the Masters Chef title for 2021 after, yeah, it seemed like, complete domination from Speed Diddy, Judigadu, and Picado Ray. All right, we've
A
got.
button raise and a call. A check.
I feel like at some point, if their chips were deeper, at home will be able to go at LW into some sort of river bet here and not be good. This could be the hand.
This is it.
There's one, but at home might not have it here. But I do foresee that scenario possibly happening. He's
Good.
showing the A7. That's actually
It's
great. I think that's actually a good spot for. I mean, this is why I said that I could see that happening. Is that I know LW will sense that, and sometimes at home is just gonna get there. You know what I mean? But I actually do like that bet by LW. It's just that, yeah, you got to be willing to just gamble it up, and if at home tends to play a little bit passively, you got to take that risk. And with
No, I
that, they're
agree.
almost even in chips now.
It's likely at home had like a pocket pair, a mid pocket pair.
Yeah, because that was raised pre. Yeah, exactly.
I think LW may have figured out him. Maybe he's paying attention now that he's heads up and not multitasking as much.
The other question here, he decides to pot it.
Ooh, the paired board pulls the pot size bet. That's the
Alright.
way to go.
LW chipping away here at home 20. They're now pretty much even. Whereas I think before at home, was it 3-1? Maybe 3-1, 4-1 chip lead?
This has been a huge comeback by LW.
I mean, he still has a ways to go. And given the increasing blind levels, it may just come down to a coin flip. I mean, at home 20 is not going to go away easily. He's not just going to tilt and be like, all right, I'm all in Jack 6 or whatever, Jack 7.
Yeah.
So LW is just going to have to continue picking his spots and hope that, at home 20 doesn't pick up a hand. I mean, this is still, LW has the upper hand, the momentum at the moment, but this still plays into at home strategy of allowing the other player to think that they can bluff him off a hand, and then at home 20 picks up a hand and wins a big pot, against the other player in a hand that the other player probably shouldn't have had or been playing a big hand against at home.
That's right. It's
I mean, that strategy doesn't always work, right? But just the fact that, just because at home 20 is losing chips here does not mean that his strategy isn't necessarily working, or that he necessarily has to make an adjustment. I think some people panic there and feel like they have to.
Variance
think
is such a significant factor when you're heads up, too.
I think what was
That's true.
interesting
That
was
is
that
true.
the short stack was the more aggressive player. What we saw there when we started heads up.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right that at home can still win this thing because of how he plays, and if LW gets out of hand and gets caught. It's a pretty smart board.
The double pair board, reminiscent of Ace Hall.
With the flush out there, a double pair board, and
At home thinking here.
an overbet.
So this is where the 6-5. I think would actually affect the dynamics of this final table if he showed that to LW. If he had showed something like 6-5 there, I mean, I don't think LW is just gonna go completely tilted. But I think that is one of those spots where at home can afford to gamble there. Even if somehow LW has a calling hand, I think against at home he's just not gonna call. He's like, all right, he has to have it here.
Do you think he overbet that? Do you think he did that with ace high? I don't think he does that with ace high.
No, yeah, and he never shows, which is great. But I mean, I just don't think he. I think usually he's betting for value, there, and he's like, okay, LW
Would
hasn't
you-
bet. He hasn't bet to the river, so my only chance to get value here is I'm just gonna have to bet the river. I'm gonna bet big to make up for the prior
it looks
lost
like a bluff.
opportunity. I don't even think he's thinking about that. I think he's just like, oh, I had a huge hand and I did not get value how I wanted on the flop return, so now I'm gonna make up for that by
On the
overbetting the
river.
pot.
That may be like ace high calls or something. Let's chip it back up here. He stepped up his aggression.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, he's obviously forced to play more hands as well. And, you know, despite what we said about him being, you know, somewhat like tight and conservative, he's played a lot of heads up. I forgot about that. Like, I haven't been monitoring like the statistics, and that is why Giannigotti was able. Now it's making sense. Giannigotti made that observation earlier that at home 20 is plays very well when the blinds are high, and you know I'm not going to disagree with that assessment. I couldn't really say, but I'm like, oh, I don't remember Giannigotti and at home 20 playing that many final tables. You know, I mean, but I realized it's because they played a fair number of games heads up at the $25 S&G Singo. So at home definitely has, and so does LW. They actually both have. Oh, this is perfect. I hope it's
Raise
not
and
too late.
an
Let's
all
see
in here. Hang on.
Yeah.
Raise and
Oh, he's
all
thinking.
in. He's folding.
Let me see. I can
Wow.
actually. I'm so happy I can look this up. I can look up the career record, the career heads-up record between these two. Let's see how many times at home 20 has played LW heads-up. And this is old though. This is probably at least back to like June or July. But let's
That's the
see.
data.
Oh,
That was interesting. He showed a 5 of spades. LW did on that hand when he went all in.
Oh, nice. So this is what I have. It might have changed since then, but they've played at home 20 and LW have played heads up. What does it look like? 28 times, and LW actually has a 19-9 record against at home 20 in heads up.
Wow.
Play. Yeah. So I mean, at home has played a fair amount of heads up, but at least against LW, does not have a winning record. 1 out of 3 though. 1 out of 3 basically. I think if I'm doing the math right on that, or 1 out of 2. I'm sorry, 1 out of 2. He's 9-19 against LW, but he's held his own so far. Let's see if he can make it. If he can go 10-19 in a tournament with 1.2K up top. These other tournaments, it's only what, like $50.
Oh, $50.
So
yeah.
the stakes are a little bit different.
Well, he could certainly go profit in just this one tournament, one hand here. Action flop.
It's all about the title.
LW with his he's pulling out the down bet. Remember, let's see if he's gonna just fire down bets all the way to the river
He did that with
against
of course he has
Tax Warrior.
position.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does
he
have
has-
position this time, but we've seen this line before. Let's see how at home chooses to play this.
Oh,
Opts for the check raise. And here we're at home. Like, I think this is a good line. You need to be thinking ahead about whether or not you're firing the river and like how much once you do this play.
oh, I think. Oh,
Hmm.
Clifton has a 10 got there.
This is a great run out for the line that both these players took. That's a pot and takes it down. Oh, I wish he would show, but I mean, does he really have the 10 there? Maybe he had like a
I
combo
think he
draw.
has,
I know.
think-
I think you're right. Cause like, oh, he always like has it, but that's kind of like the aura of playing against him. Where you're like, does he always have it? You can't always have it, and then you're like, oh, he
Well,
always has it.
The question is, if he checks it, if he has it, is he checks it, will LWs take a stab at it? That's
Right.
the thing,
Right.
you know.
But if he has it, he raised the turn though. He check raised the turn. I mean, unless you're saying he like flopped it, which makes it less likely because the queen came on the river, right?
Well, it's possible he already had the queen. Like he was holding the queen.
No, but that's what I meant. Like,
Well,
okay,
yeah.
he could have flopped queen 10, but it's less likely
Queen
now
10.
because the queen came on the river.
Yep.
Ooh, he gets
Oh,
a
another
straight
straight there.
there. So at home, possibly running hot here. At the very least, playing well. LW now down to 5 big blinds, and at home, within the span of just 2 or 3 hands, has LW on the ropes, and may become the Fish Fries Master Chef 2021.
And still, well, here when LW only has one move here, folding the button there is not horrible.
Well, you keep saying that, but
Well,
I tend to agree with Radical Dude on that point.
oh,
King 9, it's a flip. So far, so good for at home. This could be it.
this is it. Oh,
He takes it
it's over.
down at home 20.
nice.
Congratulations at home 20.
Congratulations.
All right, that
Tay.
was congratulations, Say at home 20. Obviously, good game to Logan LW. That was a well fought heads up match, and at home, I have to say against all odds, coming in ranked 20th,
ranked 20th.
makes it to the final table, and then ends up beating LW heads up despite having, at least according to my records, a 9-19 record against LW heads up.
And wasn't at home one of the 2 who hadn't yet gotten a first place finish?
I think that is
What?
correct.
This is his first,
I think
first
you're right,
place
and
for last
this
year.
is truly an underdog storyline here. I think you're right. Let me double check that here. I think you're right. Let's see.
Has he ever won at all? I mean, even in
Well, he's
2020.
clearly won at least once.
Yeah. I think
In
it was
2020?
actually King Coconuts who had not.
Yeah, no, at home 20 does not have. This was his first place finish as well.
Oh, that is awesome.
So that is an incredible narrative. So congratulations to At Home 20, this year's MasterChef 2021. Congratulations to everybody that qualified as well. I'll just go through the names really quickly and we can say goodnight. So we had At Home 20, LW, Tax Warrior, Joven, unfortunately on the bubble, busted on the bubble, followed by King Coconuts, Lee's Ride, Wirus, Speed Diddy, Ace Hole 101, Esvicio, Any2, Judagadu, Bad Beat 696, Radical Dude, who joined us on chat stream, Diehard 68 AKO, Hot Chip and Live, Paul 2240, Donis Fat 2, Fats 12, and then the shocking first person out, Picada Ray. But thank you to everyone for a great season in 2021.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Diva-esque and Radical Dude, for joining me on the stream, and everybody else who joined us in chat. We'll do this again both next week and next year. So good night, everyone. Thanks for a great 2021 season.
Great. Have a good night.
Good night.